سعادة الدكتور أحمد بن حسن الحمادي الأمين العام بوزارة الخارجية بدولة قطر. سعادة السيد بيونغ أون جونغ نائب وزير الخارجية للشؤون السياسية في وزارة الخارجية الكورية. سعادة الدكتور عبد العزيز الحر مدير المعهد الدبلوماسي بوزارة الخارجية في دولة قطر. سعادة السيد يونغ هون كانغ رئيس معهد جيجو للسلام. دكتور نايف الشمري مدير مركز ابن خلدون في جامعة قطر. سعادة السيد خالد بن إبراهيم الحمر سفير دولة قطر لدى جمهورية كوريا. 안녕하세요. 카타르 외교 사무총장 아흐메드 빈 하산 함마디님, 대한민국 외교부 정무차관 청병원님, 카타르 외무부 외교연구소 소장은 압들아지즈 헐 박사님, 제주평화연구원 원장 강용훈님, 카타르대학교 이븐칼둔 센터 소장은 나이프 션머리 박사님, جوهان قطري تيسا خالد بن إبراهيم الحمرنيم. أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة، Excellencies واشنسا سونو يوروبون. باسم وزارة الخارجية لدولة قطر ووزارة خارجية جمهورية كوريا، وباسم الجهات المنظمة للمنتدى المعهد الدبلوماسي بوزارة الخارجية في دولة قطر، ومجلس الشرق الأوسط للشؤون الدولية، ومركز ابن خلدون في جامعة قطر، ومعهد جيجو للسلام، والجمعية الكورية العربية، يسعدني ويشرفني أن أرحب بكم في الدورة 19 لمنتدى التعاون بين كوريا والشرق الأوسط، الذي يعقد في العاصمة القطرية الدوحة للمرة الأولى منذ انطلاقته في العام 2003. 카타르 외교부와 대한민국 외교부 그리고 카타르 외무부의 외교연구소 중동국제문제협회, 카타르대학교 이븐칼둔 센터, 제주평화연구원 아랍소사이어티 대표하고 프로그램 주최자를 대신하여 2003년 출발 이후 처음으로 카타르 소도 도하에서 개최하는 99 한중동 협력회 여러분 환영하게 된 것을 기쁘고 영광스럽게 생각합니다. منتدى التعاون بين كوريا والشرق الأوسط هو فعالية سنوية تتناوب كوريا ودول الشرق الأوسط في استضافته، وتنعقد الدورة 19 للمنتدى تحت عنوان كوريا والشرق الأوسط نحو تعزيز التعاون وترسيخ الشراكة في ظل تنامي العلاقات بين جمهورية كوريا ودول منطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا. 한중동 협력 포럼은 한국과 중동 국가들이 불가라 개최하는 연례 행사입니다. 제19차 초를 포럼은 한국, 중국, 북아프리카 지역국가 간의 관계 발전에 필요한 한국은 중독 협력의 파트너십 발전이라는 주체로 개최됩니다. لكي لا أطيل عليكم، أود أن أرحب بسعادة الدكتور عبد العزيز الحر مدير المعهد الدبلوماسي بوزارة الخارجية في دولة قطر على المنصة لإلقاء كلمته الافتتاحية. 이제 본격적으로 시작하겠습니다. 처음에는 기회사를 위해 압들아지즈 헐 카타르 외교연구소 사장님 무대에 모시겠습니다.
سعادة الأمين العام لوزارة الخارجية، سعادة نائب وزير الخارجية للشؤون السياسية، الأخوة والأخوات، الحضور والضيوف الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، وأهلا وسهلا بكم في الدورة 19 لمنتدى كوريا والشرق الأوسط تحت شعار نحو تعزيز التعاون وترسيخ الشراكة، والذي يعقد هنا في مدينة الدوحة النابضة بالحياة. نسعد اليوم باستضافة نخبة من السياسيين والدبلوماسيين والأكاديميين والمهتمين بقضايا الشرق الأوسط وكوريا، ونجتمع هنا ليس فقط للتأمل في الإنجازات السابقة لهذا المنتدى، وإنما أيضاً لرسم مسار نحو مستقبل غني بالتعاون والتفاهم والازدهار المتبادل. لقد تميزت العلاقة بين الشرق الأوسط وكوريا بالاحترام المتبادل والسعي المشترك نحو التقدم والازدهار، وتمتد هذه الروابط لعقود من الزمن، وتتصف بالديناميكية والتكاملية في كثير من المجالات. لقد وجد الإبداع والابتكار التكنولوجي الكوري شريكاً خليجياً وعربياً طموحاً ومقبلاً على التحديث والنمو، كما وجدت الطاقة والصادرات العربية شريكاً يسعى للنمو والازدهار. ولعله من أهم الأماكن التي تتجلى فيها هذه الشراكة هي العلاقة بين قطر وكوريا في المجالات المختلفة، حيث تعد كوريا الشريك التجاري الثالث لدولة قطر بعد كل من الصين والهند. لقد ازدهرت هذه الشراكة في مختلف المجالات، من البنية التحتية إلى الثقافة، ومن التعليم إلى الطاقة، وصولاً للصحة والسياحة. ولعبت الشركات الكورية دورا كبيرا في تطوير البنية التحتية القطرية، وفي الوقت نفسه لعب الغاز القطري الطبيعي المسال دورا حيويا في تشغيل محرك الاقتصاد الكوري. ومع أهمية هذه الجوانب، إلا أن القوة الحقيقية لعلاقتنا ليست محصورة في التكنولوجيا والبنى التحتية والغاز المسال، وإنما في الروابط الإنسانية والثقافية والدبلوماسية التي رعيناها على مر السنين. هذه الروابط هي شريان الحياة لشراكتنا، وهو ما يغذي التفاهم والاحترام المتبادل بيننا. وكلنا أمل في تطوير هذه العلاقات من خلال المبادرات الدبلوماسية والثقافية والشبابية والتجارية، والتي تعزز روح التعاون بما يحقق الأمن والسلام الدوليين. وكما لا يخفى عليكم، فإن مثل هذه المنتديات تعمل كعامل محفز لمثل هذه التفاعلات، وعلينا أن نجد السبل والأفكار والمبادرات التي من شأنها أن تضمن استمرار هذه الروابط في الازدهار خارج غرف الاجتماعات، ليتوفر لها الزخم اللازم لتنمو وتنتعش. الإخوة والأخوات، بينما نحن نقف على عتبة عصر جديد في العلاقات بين الشرق الأوسط وكوريا، فإن مستقبل هذا المنتدى أكثر أهمية من أي وقت مضى، فهو تجمع للحوار والتعاون، ومكان تولد فيه الأفكار وتبرم فيه الشراكات وتطور فيه العلاقات. لذلك فإن طموحاتنا لهذا المنتدى تتجاوز مجرد كونه لقاء ليكون حاضناً للابتكار ومنصة لإطلاق المبادرات التي تجعلنا أكثر قرباً وأبعد نفعاً، وأن نضع لأنفسنا أهدافاً جريئة وتحويلية تطمح ليس فقط لتعزيز روابطنا الثنائية، ولكن أيضاً لأن نكون شركاء في معالجة التحديات العالمية مثل التغير المناخي والتنمية المستدامة، وأن نكون قادة في تشكيل مستقبل مستدام وعادل. وفي الختام، بينما نحن نبدأ هذه الدورة 19 لمنتدى كوريا والشرق الأوسط، دعونا نعيد تأكيد التزامنا بروح الصداقة التي أوصلتنا لهذا الحد، ودعونا نشق طرقاً جديدة للتعاون، ونجعل هذا المنتدى علامة فارقة في رحلتنا نحو مستقبل أكثر إشراقاً وتواصلاً. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكراً جزيلاً صاحب السعادة. أما الآن فدعونا نرحب بسعادة السيد يونغ هون كانغ، رئيس معهد 제주 للسلام. 고맙습니다, Your Excellency. 이제 강윤한 제주평화연구원 원장님 무대로 모시겠습니다.
Assalamu alaikum. Your Excellencies, distinguished scholars and guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to be here for the Korea-Middle East Cooperation Forum held for the very first time in Doha, Qatar. As you know, this forum was launched in 2003 to expand the mutual understanding and cooperation between Qatar and Korea. Since 2011, JPI, Jeju Peace Institute, has had the honor of co-hosting this forum annually alongside like-minded partners. We have endeavored to establish this forum as a dynamic platform for open discussions, aiming to enhance collaboration in key sectors like defense and energy, while also expanding the scope of cooperation to address new challenges. I think this forum is taking place at a pivotal moment for the two countries. The President Yoon made the first ever state visit to Qatar a few weeks ago, committing himself to elevating our relations to a comprehensive strategic partnership. I look forward to our continued cooperation, going to new heights, especially in light of the next year being the 50th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic tie between Qatar and Korea. In this regard, I would like to give a big hand to the Middle East Council on Global Affairs and the Korea-Arab-Society for your partnership, which has made this event possible. Furthermore, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of both countries for their generous sponsorship. And I would like to extend my special thanks to the Diplomatic Institute of the Qatar Foreign Ministry and the I븐칼둔연구소 Center at Qatar University for their invaluable contribution to today's event. Finally, I look forward to our deliberation that I hope will certainly bear much fruit. I wish you the best of luck. Thank you very much. Shukra jazilan.
شكرا جزيلا صاحب السعادة. نرحب الآن بالدكتور نايف بن هار مدير معهد ابن خلدون في جامعة قطر على المنصة لإلقاء كلمته الافتتاحية. 고맙습니다, Your Excellency. 이제 카타르대학교 ibn 칼둔 센터 소장은 나이프 빈 할 박사님께서 환영사를 해주겠습니다.
بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه. أما بعد، أحييكم جميعا بتحية الإسلام، فسلام الله عليكم ورحمته وبركاته. أرحب بكم في هذا المنتدى، منتدى التعاون بين كوريا والشرق الأوسط. هذا المنتدى يأتي منذ تقريبا 20 عاما، وهو لأول مرة يعقد في دولة قطر، ونحن نتشرف بهذه الاستضافة، ونتشرف في مركز ابن خلدون بالشراكة في تنظيم هذا المنتدى بقيادة الإخوان في وزارة الخارجية. وهذا ليس هو المنتدى الأول ولا المؤتمر الأول الذي يتم المشاركة فيه بين جامعة قطر، تحديداً مركز ابن خلدون والأخوة في وزارة الخارجية. عقدت سابقاً العديد من المؤتمرات والمنتديات، وهذا يدل على أهمية التشارك بين القطاع الحكومي والمؤسسي والقطاع البحثي والمعرفي، يتكاملان في سبيل إبراز التصور الأمثل. هذا المنتدى في اعتقادنا في مركز ابن خلدون أنه مهم لأنه يأتي في سياق اكتشاف الشرق لذاته، واكتشاف العلاقات البينية بين دول المشرق وشعوبه. بعيداً عن مركزية وهيمنة المركز الأوروبي، نحتاج أن نكتشف ما لدينا. وبالفعل نحن اطلعنا على تجربة كوريا الجنوبية منذ بداية تأسيس مركز ابن خلدون، واكتشفنا أن لديهم تجربة ثرية. لا نقولها هنا مجاملة لأننا في منتدى التعاون مع كوريا الجنوبية، وإنما لديهم تقدم كبير جدا في علم العلاقات الدولية، لديهم تقدم كبير جدا في علم الاجتماع. فكرة توطين العلوم التي يشتغل عليها مركز ابن خلدون لم نجد أفضل من كوريا الجنوبية كشركاء لنا في توطين هذه العلوم، وكانوا سباقين منذ أكثر من 20 سنة في رفع لواء التوطين. وأعني بالتوطين أن تبنى المعارف من الأسفل إلى الأعلى، بدلاً من استيراد النظريات الغربية ثم محاولة تطويعها بالإكراه لفهم واقعنا المحلي. لا، نحن نحتاج إلى أن نبني المعرفة من الأسفل إلى الأعلى كي تنطلق من المجتمع ذاته. والتجربة الكورية تجربة مثمرة جداً. نحن في مركز ابن خلدون نعمل على 3 أطر أساسية: إطار التوطين الذي تكلمنا عنه الآن، وإطار التجسير في الربط بين العلوم الإنسانية والاجتماعية فيما بينها حتى لا تكون كالجزر المنفصلة، وهذا الربط هو الذي يؤدي إلى تكامل وإنضاج التصور في التعامل مع معطيات الواقع. والإطار الثالث هو إطار المثاقفة، والمثاقفة تعني الربط بين الثقافات الشعبية. الدكتور عبد العزيز الحر للتو تكلم عن العديد من المجالات التي سيتم التعاون فيها مع كوريا، لكنه ذكر أيضاً أن الأهم هي الروابط الإنسانية والثقافية، وهذا هو الذي نعول عليه، لأن العلاقات الاقتصادية، العلاقات السياسية هذه تذهب وتأتي، لكن الامتداد الثقافي إذا حصل فإن هذه الأرضية الثقافية إذا حصلت وتحققت وترسخت يمكن بعد ذلك البناء عليه كل ما نطمح إليه. ولذلك الأرضية الثقافية هي الأساس وهي الأصل، والالتفات إليها من قبل السادة في وزارة الخارجية هو أمر مهم ويعطي تفاعلا كبيرا لمؤسسات التعليم والبحث في المشاركة بين العلاقات الدولية. هذا ما أردت قوله، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور الشمري على ترحيبكم الحار. الآن دعونا نرحب بسعادة السيد خالد بن إبراهيم الحمر سفير دولة قطر لدى جمهورية كوريا. 고맙습니다. الشمري 박사님 따뜻한 환영 말씀 감사드립니다. 이제 주한 카타르 대사 칼리드 빈 이브라힘 الحمر님께서 개회사를 해주겠습니다.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الناسيو سعادة الدكتور أحمد بن حسن الحمادي الأمين العام لوزارة الخارجية بدولة قطر، سعادة السيد بيونغ يون جون نائب وزير الخارجية للشؤون السياسية بوزارة الخارجية بجمهورية كوريا، السيدات والسادة، يطيب لي في البداية أن أتقدم بخالص التهنئة لوزارتي خارجية البلدين وجمعية كوريا والعرب الكاس ومركز ابن خلدون جامعة قطر معهد السلام بجزيرة جيجو ومجلس الشرق الأوسط للشؤون الدولية في دولة قطر على استضافة وتنظيم هذه الدورة من المنتدى التعاون ال19 بين كوريا الجنوبية والشرق الأوسط تحت عنوان نحو تعزيز التعاون وترسيخ الشراكة. وأشيد باستمرار تنظيم هذا المنتدى الذي يفتح قنوات الحوار حول القضايا التي تهم البلدين. أننا ننظر إلى هذا الحدث اليوم في سياق التاريخ الطويل من العلاقات المتميزة والتعاون المثمر بين كوريا الجنوبية والشرق الأوسط في كافة المجالات، حيث هناك روابط تجارية تمتد لعقود من الزمن وتطور متزايد على المستويات الدبلوماسية والاقتصادية والثقافية، فضلاً عن التبادلات الشعبية والتعاون المتعدد الأطراف على المستويين الإقليمي والدولي. وعلى ذلك شهدت العلاقات الثنائية تحولاً كبيراً خلال العقود القليلة الماضية في مختلف المجالات التعاون، من المجالات التقليدية البنية التحتية والطاقة والبناء إلى المجالات الجديدة للصناعات والزراعة الذكية والصحة والطاقة المتجددة والهيدروجين للتعاون في الصناعات المستقبلية والتقنيات المتقدمة والشراكات التكنولوجية والشركات الناشئة. ويأتي هذا التحول وسط ظروف دولية وإقليمية متغيرة وفقاً لرؤية التنمية الوطنية على مستوى الدولة لدى الجانبين، والتي تهدف إلى تنويع مصادر الدخل وتغيير هياكل الاقتصاد وتحديث المجتمعات المحلية وتعزيز روابط الاندماج في الاقتصاد العالمي. السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، على صعيد العلاقات الثنائية بين دولة قطر وجمهورية كوريا الجنوبية لابد من الإشارة إلى الحدث الهام، وهو ارتقاء البلدين بالعلاقات الثنائية إلى مستوى الشراكة الاستراتيجية الشاملة خلال القمة بين حضرة صاحب السمو أمير البلاد المفدى حفظه الله وفخامة رئيس جمهورية كوريا في 25 من أكتوبر هذا العام في الدوحة، وهي شراكة تدعو إلى تعزيز التعاون الاستراتيجي وتوسيع قنوات الاتصال الدبلوماسية والأمنية والتعاون في مجالات المستقبلية الواعدة. سوف تفتح الشراكة الاستراتيجية الشاملة آفاقاً مستقبلية أمام القطاعات المختلفة والشركات للاستفادة من التنوع الاقتصادي القطري والكوري لتعزيز العلاقات الثنائية وزيادة مستويات التنمية والمساعدة في مواجهة التحديات المحتملة المستقبلية. السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، إننا نتطلع قدماً إلى رؤية نتائج هذا المنتدى من النقاش البناء والمثمر وتحقيق شعار نحو شراكة أقوى بين كوريا والشرق الأوسط من أجل تطوير العمل المشترك في جميع المجالات. وأود في النهاية أن أنتهز هذه الفرصة لتقديم الشكر والتقدير للمعهد الدبلوماسي بدولة قطر على الترحيب والحفاوة، ولشركائه كل من وزارة الخارجية بجمهورية كوريا وجمعية كوريا والعرب والمؤسسات الأخرى الموقرة على نجاحها في تنظيم هذا المنتدى، مع تمنياتي لكم بالتوفيق والسداد. شكراً جزيلاً.
شكراً جزيلاً صاحب السعادة. دعونا الآن نرحب بالدكتور أحمد حسن الحمادي من وزارة الخارجية بدولة قطر على المنصة لإلقاء كلمته الافتتاحية. 고맙습니다, Your Excellency. 이제 아흐메드 빈 하산 알함마디 외교 사무총장 박사님께서 연달에 올라 개회사를 해주겠습니다.
سعادة نائب وزير الخارجية للشؤون السياسية بجمهورية كوريا، وسعادة كل من رئيس جمعية كوريا والعرب ورئيس معهد جيجو للسلام، أصحاب السعادة السفراء المحترمين، الضيوف الكرام. نفتتح هذا المنتدى اليوم الذي تستضيفه الدوحة لأول مرة، ونحن على مشارف الاحتفال بمرور 50 عاماً منذ تأسيس العلاقات بين البلدين منذ 1974. شهدت فيها العلاقات بين دولة قطر وجمهورية كوريا تطوراً مستمراً على كافة الأصعدة والمستويات، وصولاً للارتقاء بالعلاقات الثنائية إلى مستوى الشراكة الاستراتيجية الشاملة. إلا أنه من الأهمية بمكان أن نشير أيضاً إلى أن هذا المنتدى ينعقد اليوم والمنطقة تمر بظروف سياسية وإنسانية صعبة تتمثل في التدهور المستمر وتصاعد وتيرة الصراع على الأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة وإسرائيل، واستمرار للقصف العشوائي على قطاع غزة، ومحاولات التهجير والنزوح القسري لشعبها المحاصر. واسمحوا لي أن أوجه التحية والتقدير إلى الشعب الكوري وإلى المنظمات الحقوقية في كوريا التي تنظم وقفات احتجاجية على ما تقوم به إسرائيل من إبادة مستمرة للشعب الفلسطيني. الحضور الكريم، ترتبط دولة قطر وجمهورية كوريا بعلاقات صداقة تاريخية وطيدة ومتميزة، حرصت خلالها الدولتان على إبداء رغبة مشتركة وحرص متبادل على تطويرها ودفعها نحو شراكات واعدة وآفاق أرحب، كما أن الجانبين لديهما رؤى مشتركة حول العديد من المواضيع الإقليمية والدولية. وتكلل النمو المضطرد بزيارات متبادلة على كافة المستويات تم تتويجها بالزيارة الأخيرة لفخامة الرئيس الكوري يون سوك يول إلى الدوحة في شهر أكتوبر الماضي، وإلى رفع مستوى العلاقات بين البلدين إلى شراكة استراتيجية شاملة، والتي جاءت تأكيداً على سعي البلدين والجهود الحثيثة لتعزيز هذه العلاقات في مختلف المجالات بما يخدم مصالح الدولتين وشعبيهما الصديقين. وظلت العلاقات الثنائية في مسار متطور بوتيرة سريعة ومنتظمة انعكست بتوقيع عدد كبير من الاتفاقيات ومذكرات التفاهم والتعاون الاستراتيجي المشترك في المجالات الاقتصادية والتجارية والاستثمارية والثقافية والإعلامية والرياضية والأمنية وغيرها. الحضور الكريم، تعتبر جمهورية كوريا هي الشريك التجاري الثالث خلال العام 2022، حيث بلغ حجم التبادل التجاري ما يقارب 14 مليار دولار أمريكي في ذات العام. ولعل أحد أكبر العقود التي وقعتها قطر للطاقة في العام 2020 لبناء أكثر من 100 ناقلة تقدر قيمتها بما يقارب 20 مليار دولار لتلبية احتياجات خطط الدولة للتوسع في إنتاج الغاز المسال، واتفاقية طويلة الأمد لتوريد الغاز المسال بين قطر للطاقة والمؤسسة الكورية للغاز كوغاز في 2021 لتوريد 2 مليون طن سنويا من الغاز المسال، وذلك للفترة من 2025 حتى 2044، وغيرها من المشاريع الضخمة ما هي إلا انعكاس على مدى العلاقات ومتانة العلاقات الاقتصادية بين الجانبين. تنعقد هذه الدورة 19 للمنتدى، وتطلعاتنا تزداد عاماً بعد آخر للبحث عن آفاق جديدة للتعاون، خاصة في المجالات الحديثة مثل الأمن السيبراني والتكنولوجيا والطاقة المتجددة والأمن الغذائي والتغيير المناخي وغيرها. وختاماً، أتقدم بالشكر للمعهد الدبلوماسي بوزارة الخارجية ومجلس الشرق الأوسط للشؤون الدولية ومركز ابن خلدون بجامعة قطر وجمعية كوريا والعرب ومعهد جيجو للسلام بجمهورية كوريا على رعاية وتنظيم هذه الدورة من منتدى التعاون 19 بين كوريا والشرق الأوسط تحت شعار نحو تعزيز التعاون وترسيخ الشراكة. أرحب بكم مرة أخرى في الدوحة، آملاً أن تكون مخرجات هذا المنتدى وجلساته ترقى لتطلعات كلا الجانبين ودول منطقة الشرق الأوسط لتحقيق الشراكة التي نتطلع إليها، وتخدم قضايانا الاقتصادية والسياسية والأمنية والمناخية والإنسانية. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
شكراً جزيلاً صاحب السعادة. وأخيراً وليس آخراً، الآن ننتقل إلى السيد بيونغ أون جونغ، نائب وزير الخارجية للشؤون السياسية في وزارة الخارجية الكورية، لإعلان افتتاح أعمال الدورة 19 للمنتدى ولإلقاء خطاب التهنئة. 고맙습니다, Your Excellency. 개망식을 마무리하며 이제 천평원님, 외교부 정무차관님께서 연달에 올라 제19 자부람의 개화설을 축하사를 해주겠습니다.
Your Excellency Dr. Ahmad Hassan Al-Hamadi, Your Excellency Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Hor, Excellencies and distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum. It is a great pleasure to be here today, and I'm very honored to deliver a congratulatory remark on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Korea. First of all, I would like to thank the Diplomatic Institute of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Qatar, the Middle East Council, and I븐칼둔연구소 Center for inviting Korean experts and scholars from various fields. My thanks also go to the Korea-Arab-Society and Jeju Peace Institute for co-hosting this meaningful annual forum. I also appreciate the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Qatar for its sponsorship and support in arranging this forum. This forum is especially meaningful in that it is held in the Middle East and North Africa region for the first time in 5 years, since it was held in the United Arab Emirates in 2018. Distinguished guests, in recent years, conflict and divisions around the world have intensified. Russian aggression in Ukraine and competition between great powers have made the world more dangerous and uncertain. With these complex developments around the globe, however, the MENA countries have continuously worked to establish peace and stability in the region. Early this year, Saudi Arabia and Iran's normalization with the mediation of China has surprised the whole world. we have also witnessed many reconciliatory efforts among countries such as Egypt, Iran, and Turkey. Yemen's Houthis and Yemeni government started peace talks to end years-long conflict. Unfortunately, despite all these efforts, we are now witnessing dangerous escalation in Israel and Gaza. More than 10,000 people are killed within a month, and hostility and criticism directed at each other is escalating. Humanitarian situation in Gaza Strip is also alarming, and there is an urgent need for international effort to deliver rapid, unimpeded humanitarian aid to those in need. This situation paradoxically shows us clearly that dialogue and democracy is more important than ever to overcome this conflict. Qatar, where this forum is being held, has played a key role as a mediator in resolving regional disputes based on sound diplomatic ties with countries in this region. Especially Qatar is engaging in close consultation with relevant parties to secure the release of hostages and the evacuation of foreign nationals in Gaza. It demonstrates once again that diplomacy based on dialogue is the only solution to dispute and conflicts. Distinguished guests, President Yoon Suk-yeol's state visit to the UAE in January and more recently to Qatar last month underscore how much we value its cooperation with countries in Middle East. In particular, the recent state visit to Qatar upgraded Korea-Qatar relations to comprehensive strategic partner, CSP, and expanded its scope of the two countries' energy cooperation to a whole range of the LNG value chain. The two countries also agreed to diversify bilateral cooperation into the field of healthcare, smart farm, artificial intelligence, based on long-standing cooperation and trust. Furthermore, Korea, one of the 10 biggest economies in the world, which aspire to become a global pivotal state, has dedicated diplomatic efforts toward international peace and security. Korea will assume a non-permanent membership of the UN Security Council next year, and I expect Korea's cooperation in MENA countries to become even more important in the coming years, considering that issues relating to the MENA region are frequently discussed in the Security Council. Today, under the theme of Korea and Middle East toward a stronger cooperation and partnership, we are here to discuss ways to further cooperate between Korea and Middle East. In this era of division and conflict, it will be more important to share opinions and facilitate communication with experts in various fields. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that the holding of this forum is greatly significant at the beginning of a new chapter of Korea-Middle East cooperation. And I expect that the valuable ideas and suggestions we will share through fruitful discussion today will contribute to further consolidating the partnership between Korea and the Middle East. Once again, on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Korea, I thank all participants for joining us here today. Shukran Jajlan. Thank you so much.
شكراً جزيلاً صاحب السعادة. سنأخذ الآن استراحة قصيرة قبل أن نبدأ بالجلسة الأولى. في غضون ذلك سنأخذ الصورة الجماعية، لذا نرجو من سعادة الدكتور أحمد بن حسن الحمادي وسعادة السيد بيونغ أون جونغ والمتحدثين والمشاركين فيها التوجه إلى المسرح. 고맙습니다, Your Excellency. 첫 번째 세션 전에 잠시 휴식을 취하겠습니다. 그동안 단체 사진을 찍겠습니다. 참가자분들이 그리고 연사들께서 무대 위로 올라와 주시기 바랍니다. دعونا الآن ننتقل إلى الجلسة الأولى. عنوان هذه الجلسة هو الآفاق المستقبلية لكوريا والشرق الأوسط، وستبني على تاريخ العلاقات بين كوريا ودول الشرق الأوسط، وسيقوم المتحدثون بتسليط الضوء على المسار المستقبلي لهذه العلاقات. 이제 첫 번째 세션으로 넘어가겠습니다. 이번 세션은 제목은 한국 중동의 미래 전망입니다. 한국은 중동과 불활적인 역사적인 관계를 공유하고 있습니다. 연사들께서 이러한 관계 미래에 대해 조명한 것입니다. يدير هذه الجلسة دكتور طارق يوسف، زميل أول ومدير مجلس الشرق الأوسط للشؤون الدولية، وسيشارك فيها كل من سعادة الدكتور ناصر السعيدي، وزير سابق للاقتصاد في لبنان، وونغ يوبسونغ، سفير سابق لكوريا لدى العراق وإيران وأفغانستان، وأستاذ في جامعة تشوسون، سعادة الدكتور خالد الخاطر، مدير إدارة تخطيط السياسات في وزارة الخارجية القطرية، دكتور إمبي كيم، أستاذة مشاركة في جامعة الدفاع الوطني الكوري. 이 세션은 청동국제문협의 소임 근거는 이상은 타르 유스프 박사님께서 사활을 맡겠습니다. 박사님과 같이 이 세션에 참여할 분들은 나스르 사이디 박사님, 전 레바논 경제부 장관님, 송웅섭 교수님, 외교부에서 저 아프리카스탄 대사, 저 이란, 저 이라크 대사로 근무한 현재 추선대학교에서 근무하고 계십니다. 칼리드 الخاطر 박사님, 카타르 외교부 중재회학부 국장님이십니다. 김엠비 박사님, 국방대학교 복수로 재직 중이십니다.
بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. أصحاب السعادة، ضيوفنا الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. It gives me great pleasure on behalf of the organizers, the hosts, to moderate this first session in the program today. Today's session is meant to look at the prospects of relations between Korea and the Middle East. As the introductory and welcoming remarks highlighted, these relations between Korea and the Middle East have been deepening, have been strengthening. They started with a focus on energy, trade, contracting, manufacturing, and now they're increasingly focused on technological change, knowledge transfer, climate change, sustainability. But those relations, as much as there is an ambition to deepen them and take them to the next level, are also subject to a lot of challenges and threats, namely what is happening in the international system, growing competition between the US and China, the war in Ukraine, the ongoing war crimes in Gaza, and a sense of polarization within the international system, falling cooperation, and last but not least, questions about the future of globalization and trade integration as we have seen and experienced in the last decade. It's for those reasons that we ask the question, how can Korea and countries in the Middle East, starting with Qatar and the GCC, but also other countries in the Middle East, overcome those challenges, deal with the threats, and focus on the opportunities for cooperation, for coordination, and for the kind of strategic relationships that were signed just recently between the state of Qatar and Kuwait, and state of Qatar and Korea. To help us think through this, we've assembled a fantastic lineup of speakers, presenters, who will give us both the big picture, but also the small picture. They will focus on the opportunities within the international system, the geopolitical challenges, but they will also focus on specific areas of cooperation, whether it's security or climate change. They will address the economics, but they will also note and highlight the role of political dynamics and geopolitics. We will start with our dear friend, Dr. Nasser Saidi, who will take us for a good 10 to 15 minutes in a broad sweep of trends, dynamics that are shaping and will increasingly shape relations between Korea, Qatar, and the rest of the Middle East. Dr. Nasser, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everybody. Your Excellencies. We're meeting at very dangerous times for our part of the world. I don't know if Tariq had any inkling that we would be living and seeing war and war crimes in Palestine. But the timing of this conference is very opportune. At a personal level, and I think it reflects many of us, I have known nothing but war during my whole lifetime. As a professional, as a minister, as a public official, as an academic. My message is, this has to end. And maybe what is happening today in Gaza and Palestine more generally may be a moment of change. We don't know yet. We're still living the fog of war. So I prepared the presentation. I'll try to stick to what my friend Tariq has mentioned in terms of timing. But if I go further, just wave and tell me, khalas. The title is The Middle East in a Fragmented Multipolar World. It's not just multipolar. It's becoming increasingly fragmented. So there are four aspects I want to get into. I'll talk about, first, the big changes in economic geography and their implications for us. I'll talk about the GCC and how they are in the ascendance. I'll talk about something which I've developed called the GCC Falcons, and Qatar is one of those GCC Falcons. Then I'll talk about geoeconomic developments and the Israel-Gaza war, and I'll want to end with some proposals as to how do we move forward. First, I think, just look at these two pie charts. They show global GDP in 1993 and 2023. And I just want you to see, this is what the world produces. If you look at 1993, the G7 produced close to 50% of world GDP. Today, the G7 produce less than 30% of world GDP. On the other hand, you look at Asia, and particularly China, and I put the links. China now produces close to 20% of GDP. So the world's economic geography has shifted towards Asia. The implications for this part of the world are very clear. Our economic relations and also political defense and other have always been with the West. Economic geography dictates that we need to shift those relations towards Asia and towards Korea and the other countries. Second is the matter of trade. Again, if you look at globalization, it led to a rapid expansion of international trade. But look at the trade shares. The shrinking of Europe's trade share of the global trade, and then the big jump in Asia's share of total trade going up to 36% by 2022. And if you look at the Middle East share, it's remained fairly stable over this period. Why? Because we've continued to depend on oil and gas, on fossil fuels mainly, as our contribution to international trade. That has to change. Let me dig into the Middle East now. I won't be talking too much about Korea. I'll talk more generally, as Tariq mentioned to me, because I've got several experts on Korea who will be able to talk much better than I could. But this map of the Middle East is a map I like because it shows the population and also per capita income and the big discrepancies that we have. This is one of the richest regions in the world in terms of natural resources, But look at the big discrepancies in terms of per capita income. Qatar, of course, has the highest per capita income in the whole region. And compare that at around 81,000, 82,000 per capita. Compare that to a Djibouti or to Sudan. I didn't even put in South Sudan. We're talking about maybe $500 per capita. What does $500 per capita mean? It means that the majority of people live on less than $2 per day. Yeah, what you pay for an espresso anywhere. These big discrepancies also mean that they become sources of social and political instability, and they need to be addressed. You cannot continue and have stability if you have wide discrepancies in income and wealth. You need people to develop. Now, oil and gas is great. It provides you with income. It allows us to be in this room. But it doesn't create jobs. It's highly capital intensive. We have very young populations. So what you need to do is to focus on economic diversification. There are, in my view, 5 tools for economic diversification. We won't have time to go into the details. But the first one is to look at liberalization, structural reforms, opening up your economies, attracting people, technologies, and companies, precisely as Qatar did with Korea and its contribution. But second, we need to realize that building infrastructure is only one part of it. Even educating our people is only, and building human capital is only one part of it. You need to move further. And we need to move to what we call new economy, Industry 4.0, AI, and all the rest, so the new economy. And that requires a different set of investment policies and investments. The other 2 issues are the roles of governments in terms of fiscal policy and in terms of monetary policies and how you deal with them. In the Gulf countries, we're highly reliant on government revenue from oil and gas. That means that when oil and gas prices are high, revenues come in, we run balance of payment surpluses, current account surpluses, and we spend more. That is pro-cyclical fiscal policy and monetary policy. Fiscal policy should be counter-cyclical. You shouldn't be adding more when things are doing well. No, you should keep your money in your reserves and use them when the business cycle is down. We have been doing the contrary. It's been changing. You now have introduction of VAT. Soon there'll be corporate income taxes, profit taxes introduced. UAE, I think eventually Qatar as well. Most of the countries will move in that direction. That provides more stability for government revenue and therefore more stable fiscal policies. The same is true for monetary policy. All the countries of the region are pegged to the US dollar. That's fine. It gives some stability in terms of inflation, but you don't have any independence of your monetary policy because of the peg. You are conditioned by US monetary policy, what the Fed does. So when the Fed increases interest rates, you raise interest rates, even though that may not be appropriate for your own economic conditions. So you need to think in the future, what sort of currency peg do you want? Last one, which to me is the future, what I call regionalized globalization. What I mean by, and I'll come back to that in more detail, we're getting much more integration of the other countries of the region with the GCC countries, which are highly globalized. We are very open in the GCC. The rest of the Middle East, North Africa, is much less globalized. So what's been happening over the past 10 years in particular is that those other countries, because of trade and investment relations with the Gulf countries, are entering global supply chains through the GCC. So what I want to leave you with, and it'll be a message at the end, the importance of links with Korea, with Asia, with China, is that we get integrated into global supply chains. And we integrate the other countries of the region, Egypt, Jordan, Palestine, my own country, Lebanon, etc., into those global supply chains. That means economic development. So that's the importance of regionalized globalization. So the future for our region is going to be dictated, in my view, by what the GCC countries do. So change and transformation in our part of the world will come from GCC structural transformations. And there are 4 elements of that. The first one is a new global energy map which is emerging. We know that the GCC countries, Qatar, dominate oil and gas, in particular oil and gas trade, including LNG and others. But what's happening is that the rest of the world, of course, is going to an energy transition. And that means over time, their use of fossil fuels to produce GDP will be declining. That means our main wealth and our main source of income is threatened. We need to do something about that. That means going into renewable energy, clean technology, climate tech. This is the importance of partnerships with countries like Korea. Second is regionalized globalization. That is investments by the GCC countries into the other countries of the region, integrating them into their economies, which allows them to develop, produce more jobs, and address poverty and those big discrepancies that we mentioned across countries of the region. Third element is that over the past 30 years of economic development, in much of the region, the oil producers, it has always been driven by government. They played a very important role, but you need to have, in the future, the main role needs to be for the private sector. That means increasingly PPP, public-private participations. It means privatizations, and we've started to see that already. A very good example is Aramco, and I can multiply the examples. So over time, governments are going to be divesting from state-owned assets, state-owned enterprises, and leaving space for the private sector. And the final building block in terms of strategy is digitalization, digital economies, and the new economy. Those are the 4 areas. So if you're looking for areas for cooperation, I would submit those would be some of my favorites. So what's important are what I call the Gulf Falcons. So on the top left-hand side, I've mentioned that Qatar, Saudi, UAE are implementing what I call economic diversification 2.0. Economic diversification is critical if you want to create the jobs. Economic diversification 1.0 was simply putting in place the infrastructure, the ports, the airports, building all that. Now you need to move beyond that to economic diversification 2.0. So as that happens, you'll see this emergence of the Gulf Falcons. 4 minutes, my God, okay. Which, to my mind, are going to be helping the rest of the region to develop. So regionalized globalization is, I think, a main strategy for the countries of the region, and therefore cooperation with Qatar. We are already seeing CEPAs, Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreements. That is part of it. These are tools. Free trade agreements, I think probably by next year you'll have a free trade agreement between China and the GCC. That'll be a game changer. But we need to multiply those. We need free trade agreements with many of our Asian counterparts. And Korea can help play that role with APEC, AFTA, and the rest. Let me turn quickly then to what's happened that's new, that could change all that in terms of the potential impact of the Israel-Gaza war. The direct impact, of course, depends on how long it's going to be, whether there are spillover effects, other countries involved, ramifications across the region. We don't know yet. We're still living a fog. It's very clear, however, that 4 countries will be directly impacted, even today: Lebanon, Egypt, Jordan, and Iran. And we're already seeing an impact in terms of oil and gas prices, in particular gas prices, because of worries on supply chains. More than 20% of the world's oil and gas comes from this part, from the channels in this part. So if that happens and you have greater an impact, you're going to have potentially a lot of social unrest across the region. This is a recent map from the EIU, looking at the redder you are, the more the social impact. And remember that we are the region which is the highest number of refugees in the world, 60% of the world's refugees. If you have more Palestinian refugees, they're not going to stay in the neighboring countries. They might be pushed to other countries. So if you're a Europe, you'd better look out. And the impact in terms of oil and gas prices could be very large. The World Bank has estimated that if you have severe disruption in oil and gas, oil prices could jump up to $150 per barrel. As that happens, it'll affect world economic growth, which has already been slowing during 2023. So more inflation, effects on commodity prices, lower economic growth, and debt crises for many countries, because you're also having a period of high interest rates. I like this picture, it's a cartoon. It says, destruction and violence begets violence. And there are no military solutions in Gaza. Perhaps we'll be able to discuss that. But keep that in mind when you see what's happening in Gaza. So I want to end quickly with 3 proposals. They're all proposals about governance and building institutions for our region. The first one is to say to ourselves, the GCC are the fulcrum, they are the pivot, they are the main building block for Middle East stability and development. A long time ago, people used to look at Egypt and the Arab League. That does not work. The GCC have got to be the main engine for economic stability across the Middle East, because they're capable of doing that. In order to do so, we've got to reinvigorate the GCC Common Market and the GCC Customs Union. It's not helpful if each one of us goes and signs trade agreements. We need trade agreements as a block for the GCC countries. Second, we need to establish an Arab Bank for Reconstruction and Development. We are the only region in the world that doesn't have a development bank. Asia has it, Latin America has it, Africa has it, Europe has it, and they had an EBRD. 1 minute. Yes, I'll be done in 1 minute. We need to establish an Arab Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Why? Because many of our countries have gotten destroyed. We need to help rebuild them. And the cost is easily $1.4 trillion, $1.6 trillion. And the list of countries is increasing. We now have Gaza and Palestine added to them. So an ABRD could be one area for cooperation with Asia and certainly with Korea. Second one, it's clear we need a Gulf security architecture. I take the view, and I don't represent any country, so I'm free of my opinion, as Tare reminds me. We need a Gulf security architecture. We need to start running our own lives and being responsible for our own security. And that means, in my view, developing something like a Gulf Security Council with the countries surrounding us and others who have an interest in the stability of our region. Until we do that, we're always going to be reliant on somebody else telling us what our security should be about. It is time, it is time that we own our own security. So, final thoughts. Big shift, tectonic shift, earthquake shift towards Asia. That means our trade agreements, all our trade agreements are with Europe and the United States. That has to change. We have to shift You need the tools. And partnership agreements, trade agreements, financial agreements, MOUs, whatever. But you need to do them as a block, not country by country. Fourth idea, the Gulf Falcons are now emerging. Rapid economic development and new leadership. And I think this can change the region. Regionalized globalization. But you also have to build institutions. It's not just about one decision or another decision. You need to build institutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nasser, as always. You're bold, provocative, and honest. And I think we can use a lot of that in the region today. Moving to our next speaker, a very dear friend of Qatar, a very dear friend of many of the scholars in our community here in Qatar, and somebody we've gotten to know very well in the last year, His Excellency Ambassador Wong Yip-sung, who is a former ambassador of the Republic of Korea to Iran, Iraq, and Afghanistan, and now is a professor at Chosun University. He will also provide a Korean perspective on regional dynamics, including security and political dynamics. And so the floor is yours, 10, 15 minutes maximum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. First of all, I thank you, Dr. Youssef, for your warm and gracious introduction to me. Today, I will present Korea's perspective on detente in the Middle East. As shown on this slide, my presentation consists of three main parts: overview of Korea-Middle East relations, current trends of detente in the Middle East, including Israel-Hamas war, and desirable Korea-Middle East relationship. As you may know, exchanges between the Korean Peninsula and the Middle East through the Silk Road date back to the Three Kingdoms period in Korean Peninsula about 1,500 years ago. Some relics among grave goods and grave stone statues show that such exchanges actually existed. Such traces of exchanges are also shown in tomb murals. Korean-Arab exchanges, which began with merchant trade, developed even more spectacularly during the Goryeo dynasty. Large Muslim community was created, and Arabs were appointed as Goryeo government officials. As a result of these active exchanges between Goryeo dynasty and the Arab world, Goryeo became widely known in the outside world. Although Goryeo dynasty disappeared, the name Goryeo remained and became the name of today's Republic of Korea. In the early Joseon dynasty, exchanges between Korea and the Arab world reached their peak and contributed greatly to the development of science, technology, and crafts in the Korean Peninsula. Also, 800 years ago, in the annals of King Sejong of the Joseon dynasty, it is stated that Islamic costumes were banned and Islamic ritual was abolished during the New Year celebration at the palace. It proves that Islamic costumes and rituals were prevalent at that time. Please take a look at the visuals I have prepared. I will show you some representative visual materials. This slide shows a tomb mural from the Three Kingdoms period, which clearly depicts the Parthian shot, a technique of turning the body backwards and shooting an arrow while riding a horse, which was popular during the Parthian Empire from the 3rd century BC to the 3rd century AD. And this slide also shows glass bowls made in the Middle East, excavated from a tomb during the Three Kingdoms period. This slide shows a medallion emblem carved into a stone decoration, also during the Three Kingdoms period. We can see one tree between two birds pattern, which was very popular in ancient Persia. This slide shows stone statues erected in front of the tomb of a king from the Three Kingdoms period as well, and it is easy to see that the statue is a person who came from the Middle East. From now on, we will look at the modern history of Korea-Middle East relations. In the 1920s, Turkish Muslims settled in Korea, and the participation of Turkish soldiers in the Korean War led to the formation of the first generation of Muslims in Korea. In 1955, the Korea Islamic Association was established, and the first mosque was built in 1976. And in 1961, the first Arabic language department was opened at the domestic university, and in 1973, the Korean construction company advanced into the Middle East. In the 1970s, many Korean companies entered the construction of large-scale social infrastructure in the Middle East countries, which was acting as seed capital for Korea's economic development. Today, Korea-Middle East exchange and cooperation goes beyond the economic field and encompasses not only cultural and academic fields, but also peace and stability in both regions. Now let's look at the trends of detente in the Middle East, including the recent Israel-Hamas war, from a macroscopic perspective, and then I would like to offer my views on the desirable Korea-Middle East cooperative relationship. Let me first with the Iranian issue. Let me start with the Iranian issue first. In May 2018, President Trump declared the United States unilateral withdrawal from the JCPOA and restored independent sanctions against Iran, despite opposition from other signatories. Actually, JCPOA was a multilateral agreement, and the dominant opinion of the international community at that time was that it should continue as long as Iran did not violate the agreement. In April 2021, President Biden resumed nuclear negotiations, and at one time, there were rumors that a settlement was imminent. However, possibility of a comprehensive settlement in the near future is not likely due to some remaining obstacles. In my opinion, the most serious obstacle is how to establish the mechanism to prevent the reinstatement of US sanctions. In particular, the situation has become more complicated as former President Trump announced that he will run for president again next year. Recently, political situation in the Middle East is changing rapidly. I believe that these changes are long-term and strategic, not short-term or tactical. I would like to call it independent pragmatism movement. The Middle East, a treasure trove of energy, is a region where the interests of great powers are sharply conflicting. Meanwhile, the Middle East countries have been at odds with each other based on race and sect, while depending on one of the great powers for their security and economy. However, with the recent rise of China, the confrontation structure between great powers has changed. And the political landscape of the Middle East has also begun to change. In addition, oil-producing countries in the Middle East decided to pursue post-oil industry plans. I think there are three key points of recent changes in the Middle East. First, adopting equidistant diplomacy amid the conflict between the United States and China. Second, resolving regional instability through compromise and reconciliation among Middle East countries. And third, pursuing strategy to diversify the oil industry. Such changes culminated in the restoration of diplomatic relations with Qatar through the GCC summit in January 2021 and the agreement to resume diplomatic relations between Saudi Arabia and Iran in Beijing in March this year. In particular, it is worth noting that this détente in the Middle East is not buried in the US-China or Russia conflict, but is done through a mediator chosen by Middle East countries themselves. I hope current détente in the Middle East, based on independent pragmatism, will continue and expand in the future. As we know, Abraham Accords, mediated by the United States in September 2020, were the pinnacle of the Trump administration's Middle East policy. The United States and Israel are actively promoting Saudi Arabia's participation, and the Saudi's participation in the Abraham Accords would have a significant impact on the overall future political situation in the Middle East. Let's look at the impact of Israel-Hamas war on improving Saudi-Israel relations in the next slide. The next topic is the ongoing Israel-Hamas war. Dark clouds of war are once again looming over the Middle East. I believe that anyone who finds themselves in a dead end with no exit does not hesitate to act irrationally. As time passed after the Third Middle East War in 1967, the Palestinian issue became less and less interested in the international community. In particular, Trump administration's Middle East policy reflected Israel's interests. Hamas, driving into this dead end, would have attempted to revive Palestinian cause as a major issue in the international community through a surprise attack, while risking large-scale retaliation from Israel. Israel cut off electricity, water, food, and medicine in the Gaza Strip and deployed ground troops following large-scale bombing with the goal of annihilating Hamas. Due to the Gaza Strip's congested road network and around 500 kilometers of underground tunnels, fierce urban fighting would be inevitable, and enormous additional civilian casualties will occur. However, it would be difficult to annihilate Hamas through force. Leadership and the combat capabilities of the Hamas may be severely damaged, but large-scale civilian casualties incurred in the process will once again serve as nourishment for ideology and the spirit of the Hamas. I sincerely hope that Israel-Hamas war could be concluded as soon as possible with minimal humanitarian sacrifice, and peace could be achieved through a two-state solution. Meanwhile, I believe that also détente in the Middle East will inevitably be delayed somewhat due to the Israel-Hamas war. The irreversible trend of détente, including improvement in Saudi-Israel relations, will continue in the future, mainly because the interests of Saudi Arabia, Israel, and the United States coincide. Last but not least, I would like to share my opinions on the desirable Korea-Middle East relationship. Arab countries have an energy-intensive industrial structure, while Korea has a manufacturing-oriented industrial structure. So it is a complementary partnership. Korea has high value and potential as an Arab partner in human resources development, IT, renewable energy including hydrogen, digital transformation, smart farms, and cutting-edge infrastructure including smart city. Along with economic cooperation, exchange and cooperation in all fields, including culture, academia, peace, stability, are developing comprehensively and balancedly. The exchange between Korea and the Arab world, which has continued for more than 1,000 years as like-minded partners, will now create a story in the future, new story in the future. This slide symbolically shows the fourth industry and cultural fields, such as cutting-edge IT, medical care, AI, renewable energy, and robots, where Korea-Middle East cooperation should pursue in the future. Even though it's very small, you can see BTS as well. Recently, the second Middle East boom has emerged as a hot topic in Korea. Our government is also actively working to strengthen cooperative relationship with the Middle East countries that are pursuing post-oil industry policies. The first Middle East boom, which lasted from the first entry into the Middle East in 1973 to the early 1980s, played a leading role for Korea's industrialization. If the first Middle East boom was achieved through infrastructure construction concentrated on civil engineering, the second Middle East boom will be achieved through cooperation in high value-added industries centered on cutting-edge technology. Since more specific economic cooperation issues will be discussed in the next session too, so I will refrain from making detailed comments here. Finally, I firmly believe in order for us to build future-oriented partnership, mutual understanding must be preceded. I understand the Semitic peoples, including Arabs, accepted religion as a concept of contract, and Islam in particular emphasized merchants' morality and values faithfulness and sincerity. I hope that during the period of détente in the Middle East, based on our second Middle East boom, Korea and the Middle East would understand each other from a cultural relativist perspective and become true partners who help each other. Let's build a new Silk Road for the new millennium. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Song, very much. We now move to Dr. Khalid Al-Khater, His Excellency, Director of Policy and Planning Department at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Qatar. Many of you know Dr. Khalid. I have always referred to him as the intellectual architect of Qatar's foreign policy outreaches, strategies, and openings to the rest of the world. It's a pleasure to have you with us, Dr. Khalid.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tariq Youssef, for this overwhelming introduction. And thank you also to your colleagues and all the organizers of this important event. Excellency Byung-Won Chang, Deputy Minister for Political Affairs, Ambassador Lee Yun-ho, the Excellencies, distinguished guests. Coming after the presentation before me, I have to also say this was a very interesting and comprehensive presentation, so I'm feeling challenged now to give my remarks. Over the years, The Korea-Middle East Cooperation Forum has produced some key insights and played a strong part in helping set the direction for the developing strategic partnership between the State of Qatar and the Republic of Korea. As we sit together this morning, it would be remiss not to remark on the common geopolitical challenges that we face, including challenges to the rule-based international system and multipolarity. Furthermore, as the world still comes to terms with the post-pandemic recovery, the threat of global recession, and the challenge of climate change, building strong economic trade and business partnerships have never been more important. There are issues which the Qatari government, like the government of the Republic of Korea, has been addressing. Indeed, at geostrategic level, I believe that Qatar and the Republic of Korea face similar decisions in partnership building in using their soft power assets and economic weight to enhance their place within the region. In addressing future prospects for Korea and the Middle East, this morning I want to make 3 main points. And after that, I will reflect on the ongoing war on the Israeli-occupied Palestinian territories, and in particular on the Gaza Strip. First, I want to emphasize that for nearly half a century, the State of Qatar has been very proud of the strong strategic relationship that it has enjoyed with the Republic of Korea. Since we commenced diplomatic relations with Seoul in 1974, our relations and cooperation have been built on a very strong, stable foundation of economic ties and common cultural and scientific interests, especially around energy and climate change. Our relationship was also built on mutual respect for the role that our nations play within the Gulf and Asia regions. This strategic partnership and commonalities between our two countries, as well as ways in which, through developing cooperation, we can navigate current and future geostrategic and economic challenges as well as opportunities to maximize the interests of both of our countries. As small states maintaining vital strategic relationship with key global powers, we optimize the best chances for achieving regional security, prosperity, and stability, as well as the wider goal of global peace in a rule-based international system. Leveraging on the Qatar-Korea high-level strategic cooperation that was established in 2012, alongside when we had the COP18 cooperation during the climate change and having the pre-COP ministerial meeting in Korea. We have been able to mutually grow and expedite our relationship. More recently, our partnership activities have focused on important issues related to future-proofing our countries, such as technology, innovation, smart farm development, agricultural research, climate change, and food security. Secondly, in terms of economic cooperation, our relationship with Korea pays mutual dividends. Korea is Qatar's third largest trading partner, with a trade volume in 2022 that was in excess of $17.1 billion. In terms of energy, Qatar supplies Korea with at least 1/3 of its LNG supply. The reliability of the supply relationship was highlighted last year when, following the geopolitical and economic fallout following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, when global LNG market became volatile. Because of the long-term energy agreements between our countries, which include oil as well as LNG, we are both able to act as anchors of stability and reliability in our respective regions. This is especially true when it comes to geoeconomic impacts, and brings me to my second point. Although both Qatar and Korea are frequently regarded as small states, we have demonstrated a remarkable affinity in the achievement of economic growth, development, and diversification of our economies. In Qatar, we have noted the importance of building dynamic global economic and links between the business sector here in capitalizing and sharing ambitions and initiatives with the Republic of Korea economy. This is why we have found common ground in understanding that by working together, we better protect our economies from cyber threats, supply chain disruptions, energy security, and climate change. In this way, there is a mutual recognition that by fostering these kind of bilateral relations, We work as a critical instrument to mitigate regional and global risks and build safe and resilient economies. On climate change, my third point, I'm very proud that our countries have played a significant role in the global climate change movement, initially leading the way and building this kind of important momentum and achieving further strides. In Qatar is a signatory of the Global Green Growth Institute in 2012, which is headquartered in Korea. Our cooperation in the COP18, and after that has gave a good momentum to our climate change cooperation. And also we have been cooperating very well since the 2015 Paris Agreement. So Qatar and Korea have always recognized that climate change and its impacts are a shared and regional and international that demands urgent and collective action. This not only means reaffirming commitments to push progress on the Paris Agreement and its temperature goals, but also, as our countries have done, move further in terms of 23 NDCs and net zero emissions by 2050. Qatar has done just that by setting a target of 25% cut in greenhouse gas emissions. Finally, I would say a few words about the ongoing Gaza war and Qatar's position. The situation on the ground is very fluid, dynamic, but no state leader with a conscience can now ignore the very clear message from agencies like the ICRC and UN that have stated that there is a human disaster and unfolding genocide currently taking place across the Gaza Strip, especially with the war on Gaza evidently entering a new phase last night. No state leader with a conscience and no country that enjoys the protection of international rule-based system can ignore the fact that the United Nations is reporting a catastrophic situation for children in Gaza, accounting for 4,000 at least killed, another 1,200 and more missing, presumed buried in the rubble of building bombed by Israeli, and thousands upon thousands injured and hundreds of thousands displaced from their homes. It is for this reason that Qatar will go beyond the extra mile to urge an immediate ceasefire to facilitate and coordinate the urgent humanitarian response. Qatar and its neighbors in the region share a very united position on a number of issues, including the demand for immediate and conditional ceasefire in the Gaza Strip, the establishment not only of continuous and appropriate humanitarian aid across the Rafah crossing, but in terms of its delivery to the innocent civilian population of the entire Gaza Strip, irrespective of where they are displaced, stranded, or located. In this regard, I have to mention that we also welcome the Seoul Declaration of October 21 that called for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Irrespective of what comes next, I think we all recognize that our region has been irreversibly altered by this war. Unfortunately, we can say that two things are clear. The international rule-based order has been severely compromised. From international law and international humanitarian law, and not at least the human rights discourse of the powerful. Secondly, polarization and racism, including Islamophobia, are at an all-time high. However, the massive, unprecedented global solidarity with the plight of the Palestinians and the world is witnessing from people with diverse religious, political, and social backgrounds has revitalized common humanity. And on that note, helpful note, I thank you for the attention and the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Dr. Khalid. Last but not least, we have our dear friend, Dr. Professor Kim Yoon-bi from the Korean National Defense University, who's going to be covering the topic of security cooperation between Korea and the Middle East, a very thriving, growing, and important field of cooperation between Korea and many countries of the region. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Eun-bi Kim from Korean National Defense University. I express my deepest gratitude for the invitation to the Korea-Middle East Cooperation Forum today. It is a great honor for me to be presenting here. The topic I will discuss today revolves around the cooperation in the security sector. between South Korea and the Middle East. I'm aware that discussions on cooperation between the Republic of Korea and the Middle East will be taking place in other sessions today. However, I firmly believe that given security cooperation is based on the most highest level of trust, emphasizing interest in security cooperation is paramount for the development of relations between Korea and the Middle East. I hope it, all right. There have been active summit meetings between the Republic of Korea and the Middle East countries. As depicted in these pictures, President Yoon, along with the former presidents, have regarded Arab countries as significant partners. These meetings have resulted in mutually beneficial outcomes. Notably, ROC President Yoon's recent state visit to Qatar and Saudi Arabia, during which national leaders shared their ideas for cooperation, including in security sector, are relevant to the presentation today. Before delving deeper, I need to shed light on the South Korea's security environment. Positioned between maritime and land powers, South Korea is surrounded by the great powers such as China, Russia, Japan, and the United States. Additionally, we face our primary adversary, North Korea, which possesses nuclear weapons and missiles. The ongoing US-China competition in various domains significantly influences the security environment of Korea as well. We heavily depend on our security relations with the US while maintaining a substantial economic relationship with China, sometimes finding ourselves pressured to choose between the two. Furthermore, the US-China competition extends to the regional and global sphere. As the US endeavored to counter China's influence expansion through initiatives like the Belt and Road Initiative, the US is implementing the Indo-Pacific strategy, strengthening ties with US-friendly countries. In Northeast Asia, the alliance among Korea, the US, and Japan is becoming more visible, while a corresponding ties is strengthening between North Korea, China, and Russia. However, Korea's security challenges go beyond the conventional military sector. Although our immediate physical threat is North Korea's nuclear weapon and missiles, internally, due to the declining population, sustaining the current conscription system beyond 2030 appears improbable. We might face the difficulties in mobilizing the 200,000 soldiers we require. In addition, issues like supply chain crisis, non-traditional threats such as pandemic and climate change significantly impact Korea's security as well. Industries and resources are being weaponized, and supply chains are controlled by different blocs. With the advancement in high technology, threats in the cyber domains are burgeoning either. Given these security challenges, our government has declared a vision for South Korea to become a global pivotal state for freedom, peace, and prosperity. This national vision aims not only to safeguard our sovereignty, territory, and citizens, but also to establish peace on the Korean Peninsula and prepare for potential unification. We aspire not to confine our role solely to the peninsula, but to expand our contributions to East Asia's prosperity. This vision is based on Korea's burgeoning national capabilities, I believe. South Korea ranks as the 13th largest global economy and the 16th in terms of military power. Moreover, Korea's strength does not solely rest on the hard power. We are the 15th highest soft power globally. As most of you are aware, Korean music, movies, dramas, technology, and IT products wield a significant influence worldwide. Considering this national vision and our capabilities, Korea aims to broaden its target countries for cooperation beyond the surrounding great powers, focusing more on other regions like Middle East. Furthermore, the Korean government's national security strategy is embodied in the Korean version of Indo-Pacific strategy. Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy is the very first comprehensive regional strategy. It demonstrates the country's commitment to contribute to establishing a peaceful region while assuming its responsibility as a global pivot state. Enacted with the foundational principles of inclusiveness, trust, and reciprocity, along with a vision of freedom, peace, and prosperity. This strategy sets 9 detailed tasks, 5 of which are highly conducive to cooperate with Middle Eastern countries. These goals encompass strengthening non-proliferation, enhancing regional anti-terrorism efforts, expanding comprehensive security cooperation, fostering science and technology collaboration, narrowing digital gaps, collaborating on climate change and energy security, and promoting mutual understanding. Accomplishing these objectives not only serves our national interest, but also underscores our commitment to being recognized as an independent and peaceful nation. Also, our cooperation is essential to cultivate and foster friendly relations built on mutual trust. With South Korea's reliance on the Middle East for over 70% of its oil import, ensuring a stable oil supply becomes paramount. Furthermore, pursuing commercial interests through collaboration with Middle Eastern countries is imperative. Strengthening cooperation in cultural domains, harnessing the Korean wave, is also pivotal. All of these initiatives align with our national security strategy of inclusiveness, trust, and reciprocity, in line with our Indo-Pacific strategy as well. Notably, South Korea, being a peace-loving country throughout its 5,000-year history, has never initiated invasion. With a military force exceeding 600,000 and its more than 70 years of readiness in confronting adversities, Korea holds the potential to share its experiences and expertise in collaborating with Middle Eastern countries. In addition, South Korea actively participating in UN peacekeeping operations by dispatching troops and individuals and providing training programs to peacekeepers, which means that ROK transformed from being a recipient of aid in the past to a contributor to global peace. Moreover, I think it is not necessary to mention that Korea's advanced defense industry has recently broadened its cooperation globally. The mentioned strength of the Korean military has been achievable through systematic military education and training. By systematically cultivating talent, South Korea's military capabilities continue to thrive. It is undeniable that most active form of cooperation lies in traditional fields like selling weapons and technology transfer, which are the areas of significant interest at the national level. However, cooperation can extend to joint training on counterterrorism, observational practice, troop dispatch, and other avenues as well. Achieving this requires gradual trust-building efforts and promoting mutual understanding, which can be facilitated through person-to-person exchange at various levels. In this sense, strengthening cooperation in less sensitive areas by exchanging students and professors within military education institutions would be beneficial. As a member of a Korean National Defense University, I believe that it can serve as an excellent gateway for such exchanges. As evidenced in these pictures, many Middle Eastern countries are already engaging, and the scope and the depth of cooperation can gradually expand through accumulated person-to-person exchanges. Moreover, the cooperation should not be confined only to the conventional military sector. Fortunately, South Korea and the Middle East can continue cooperation beyond the traditional military domain, as there are no imminent issues to direct military threats. Recently, the focus on sustainable development has gained prominence worldwide, encompassing elements relevant to comprehensive security. Cooperation in fields like climate change, health, energy security, and science and technology, as included in Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy goals, can boost the country's reputation and lead the global agenda. All that I've mentioned is oriented toward mutual national interest. To realize these objects, mutual understanding and trust building must precede any action. We need to comprehend our security environment, identify the security challenges, and establish trust through extensive communication. Particularly, I hope that Korea-Middle East relations will expand from traditional military sphere for negative peace to comprehensive security cooperation for freedom, peace, and prosperity. Thank you. This is all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Humbi. Thanks to all the presenters who've actually stuck to time and have brought us to the end of this segment, unfortunately, without any time left for what was originally a Q&A segment. I've consulted with our colleagues in the organizing committee, and they have agreed to give us a few minutes where we can take a few questions from the audience, and perhaps after that we will stop for lunch. But it would be a shame, after the 4 rich presentations we've had, not to at least engage the audience, who've been very patient and very attentive to everything. So I'm going to please open the floor. If you have a question or a comment from either side, raise your hand, identify yourself, and pose the question. Yes, Your Excellency.
Well, I'd like to ask questions. The word, the regionalized globalization, that is a very interesting naming. Actually, we have seen the, as you said, the tectonic changes in terms of global supply chain. And United States wants to see the global chain, which has been too much dependent on China. So right now we are witnessing a very significant changes to the ever-present global supply chain. And it is quite interesting to hear your explanation, and that maybe Arabian countries may have some chance to be connected to this kind of the emerging global supply chain through GCC countries, which is quite very new ideas to me, that which I have never heard about before. So could you explain what kind of mechanism is actually working on that process? Yeah, this is my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll take 2 more questions and then we'll go back to the speakers. Adil?
Thank you all for very rich presentations. Adil Ghaffar, Middle East Council. I have a question to our Korean colleagues. As you all know, we're really preoccupied with the ongoing onslaught on Gaza. and Korea next year will be part of the Security Council. So what type of contributions to global stability and regional stability and peace do we expect, hopefully, from our Korean colleagues? Thank you.
We'll take one more question from the back. One of the, please.
I have one question from Dr. Nasser Al-Saidi about his idea about a new security structure in the region. In Foreign Ministry of the Islamic Republic of Iran, we have a new innovation based on this idea. But we think we have some bans from some powers like United States in taking place this idea. For example, based on our idea, we should have new security structure based on just North and South countries of Persian Gulf, and it should work based on just the participants. But for example, some powers like United States thinks these structures can't be just based on participants, and other powers must have interference in this structure. What's your idea about details of this idea?
Thank you. I'm going to come back to the presenters now, each perhaps a minute or two maximum. And maybe we'll start with the first question that came to you, Nasser, and then we'll come back to that last question subsequently.
Thank you. We are currently living a US-China tech war and trade war. In my view, it's not going to stop there. I think it can expand, and it can be very dangerous, particularly since you're going into 2024, an election year in the United States. Presidents and politicians are always tempted in the United States when there's an election year to have an external event, a foreign policy event that brings people together nationally. So I think there's a danger there. But also I think the trade and tech war on China is disrupting already global supply chains. We're seeing that in the chip industry, and it's multiplying. Once you go into the chip industry, you start talking about AI. The focus, I think, for the United States is to look at what's happening in the AI industry. They do not want China to be able to dominate the AI industry. But yet all the evidence suggests that China is way ahead of the United States in terms of AI, for many reasons we can discuss. Where does that leave us? I view this as a big opportunity for us in the region because of this dislocation and fragmentation in what people call a multipolar world, which is a polite way of saying there's Asia and China on the one side and all the other countries, and let's call it the West on the other side. Traditionally and historically, we've been linked to the West, Europe, and the United States. But this big tectonic shift in economic geography has also meant that our main trade partners today are Asia. And it's not just oil and gas, it's covering everything. The GCC countries, because they're at the heart of the energy sector, and increasingly a new energy map is emerging, renewable energy, hydrogen, climate tech, and maybe we can have 2 minutes about climate tech at some stage. There are industries which developed in this part of the world, which are exportable industries, desalination and district cooling in particular. They can be exported to the rest of the world through Korea. The GCC countries became globalized because they were part of the energy chain. They've developed into trade, into other aspects. So the regionalized globalization is an idea whereby the other countries of the Middle East and North Africa become more integrated into the GCC. And because they're more integrated into the GCC, they become globalized. They become part of global supply chains. And we can multiply the examples. But the hope is that particularly as you start developing trade agreements, CEPAs, others, free trade agreements, we can link in all the countries that have not become globalized through the GCC. Take, for example, East Africa. Take India, an enormous country, but doesn't have the infrastructure, doesn't have the ports, airports, and everything else. You can provide them with the infrastructure services. They can use your ports and airports before they develop yours, before they develop theirs. So this idea of linking them makes them globalized, and I think leads to economic development, job creation. The single most important thing that we have to focus on is job creation. For the Middle East, for our part of the world, we have to create 100 million new jobs by 2030. That's like tomorrow. Where are those jobs going to get created? You cannot create them in the public sector or government. They have to come in the private sector, and you have to create space for them. And globalization, regionalized globalization, is a way of developing those, creating jobs, and linking people. That's why I also mentioned the ABRD, because you have to rebuild many countries that were destroyed by war.
Ambassador Song, on the question regarding what to expect from the Republic of Korea when it joins the Security Council next year.
Actually, as our Deputy Minister mentioned just before, will be a member of Security Council of the UN from next year. And I have only 2 minutes, so I would like to mention very briefly. Actually, concerning the Israel-Hamas war, the UN Secretary General Guterres remarks recently at a recent Security Council meeting, it is important to also recognize the attacks by Hamas did not happen in a vacuum, something like that. It means there is, in every conflict, there are deep reasons, root reasons, I believe. So I and our Korean government firmly believe that every conflict should be resolved through dialogue and reconciliation. And in this regard, the UN's role is very important. So our government will do our best to contribute this kind of peaceful solution of the conflicts, in particular in the Middle East. Thank you very much.
Dr. Khaled, perhaps on the whole Gulf security cooperation, the question
on the Gulf security cooperation, I think...
including Iran's role in this.
Yes. On the Gulf security, actually, for us, Qatar position has always been very principled on regional politics. Namely, we have always called for a shared and responsible future for the region to be an important approach for us as a way out of the regional dilemmas and the global challenges we have. And so we have instituted this policy at multiple levels, whether it's regional, but also the global level. And more on regional security, we have been very active with our partners in the region through the GCC and establishing a good security dialogue to understand the common and the developing challenges we are facing. But also from our policy, we have always had a de-escalatory policy, a policy which is based on de-escalation, based on dialogue, and based also on mediation of these crises. So for us in Qatar, I think we have been very steadfast in our policy over the years. And as we go along, we see the challenges which emerge actually just fortify our policies in that sense, and really makes our policies much more clear that we have been approaching our regional and global policy in a very systematic, cohesive, but also in a very steadfast way. And I think this policy, we are still adopting that and progressing on that path. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Yunbi, final question to you coming from me. Korea has contributed a lot of peacekeeping troops historically in many parts of the region. Given the nature of conflicts and their spreading in many parts of the region, is Korea prepared to contribute, in your view, more peacekeeping troops or responsibilities in this domain. Do you think Korea will continue with this?
Yes, of course. I believe that participating in the peacekeeping operation is the most valuable things that Korean government and Korean military can do right now, because we need to expand our contributions following the levels and the status of Korea in the international world society. We are not a recipient country anymore. We don't need to confine ourselves in the Korean Peninsula. And it will be a great chance for us to strengthen our troops ourselves and can contribute to world peace in the international society. Thank you.
Deputy Minister Chung, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a fantastic first half day for the Korea Middle East Forum. We've had presentations, we've had speeches. I'm sure everyone is a bit exhausted and also hungry. The good news is we have lunch ready right now to be served. We will be taking a 1-hour break, after which we will come back to 2 excellent rich sessions that will cover other areas in the space of energy, climate change, culture and society. We look forward to having all of you come back after lunch. But for now, I'm pleased to close this session and really ask all of you to join us in thanking the speakers and the moderators and everyone that's made this first half a day a very productive endeavor for Korea and Middle East and for the state of Qatar. Thank you.
شكرا لك دكتور طارق، وشكرا للمتحدثين الذين أثرونا بآرائهم وملاحظاتهم، وشكرا للحاضرين على مساهمتهم في هذه المناقشة المهمة. سنأخذ الآن استراحة لتناول الغداء، وسنلتقي مجددا عند الساعة 2 ظهرا للجلسة الثانية. 이 중요한 토론에 참여해주신 타릭 박사님, 중요한 패널리스트 중등 여러분 감사드립니다. 이제 잠시 점심을 시간을 가지겠습니다. 오후 2시에 두 번째 세션을 위해 다시 시작하겠습니다.
اوكي، حنبدأ احنا ان شاء الله. أصحاب السعادة والضيوف الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. It's an honor to welcome you to this pivotal panel discussion on promoting economic partnership in an era of green transition, a cornerstone for Korea Middle East Cooperation Forum. To discuss this issue, we have 4 distinguished panelists who will share with us their views, ideas, and perspectives on the importance of the topic, as well as the opportunities and challenges that we might face, and also maybe how or the way forward in terms of joint cooperation for a future that is both good for our economies and regions as well as the environment. So we are, as I also reminded by the organizers, each panelist will have around 15 minutes. So we are way behind the schedule actually, so we'll try to keep it in time. And our first panelist will be, we changed the order, Dr. Kon Hon Lee, Deputy President of Korean Institute for International Economic Policy. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Kwon Lee from KIEP, Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, government think tank. It's an honor to participate in the 19th Korea Middle East Cooperation Forum, which started in 2003, so 20 years ago, for dialogue between Korea and the Middle East. So thank you very much for inviting me here. Today, I'm here to discuss the topic of enhancing economic cooperation between Korea and the Middle East, specifically the Gulf Cooperation Council, so GCC countries in the context of ongoing energy transition. My presentation comprises three key sections. So first, we'll review the historical background of energy cooperation between Korea and the GCC, which has been an important aspect of our relationship since the 1970s. And second, I will explain what the energy transition means for both regions. At its core, energy transition involves generating electricity using renewable resources, such as solar and wind. This process extends beyond infrastructure development to encompass diverse manufacturing and service activities, thereby promoting industrial diversification. Third, I will propose several policy ideas to advance collaborative efforts in energy transition within both regions. Okay. So in 1973, a significant milestone occurred when the first construction contract was signed in Saudi Arabia. This year marks its 50th anniversary, but in the same year, the first oil shocks broke and played a crucial role in shaping Korea's foreign policy towards the Middle East, with energy security becoming a major concern. Simultaneously, GCC countries initiated efforts to diversify their economies. The diagram I have shared here illustrates the fundamental connections between Korea and the GCC over the years. So the two economies are very complementary. In 1973, just before the first oil shock, Korea unveiled the long-term industrial development policy. The primary strategy focused on exporting locally produced goods, driven by the absence of domestic resources for export. Policymakers recognized the need to boost exports in heavy and chemical industrial products rather than exclusively light industries like in the 1960s. Key sectors targeted to growth included petrochemicals, steel, electronics, shipbuilding, and machinery. These industries significantly contributed to Korea's rapid economic development. However, in the era of energy transition, they must innovate in low-carbon technology to reduce energy consumption and emissions. Bilateral cooperation between Korea and the GCC has evolved significantly since the mid-2000s. The Korea Middle East Cooperation Forum was initiated in 2003, as I told you, and notably presidential visits to GCC countries in 2006 and 2007 led to the announcement of negotiations of the Korea-GCC Free Trade Agreement. Actually, the negotiations stopped in 2010, but it started again last year, 2022. So I hope they succeed soon. And the Korea-Arab-Society was established in July 2008. As a result, we have witnessed an enhanced partnership exemplified by Korea upgrading diplomatic relations to a future-oriented strategic partnership with Saudi Arabia in 2022, and special strategic partnership with UAE in 2018, and comprehensive strategic partnership with Qatar in 2023. The last one happened during the recent visit by the Korea president. And while energy cooperation primarily focused on oil and gas trade before 2000, the nature of the collaboration has diversified. For example, Korea and the UAE embarked on ambitious energy projects, including the construction of nuclear power plants in Baraka, Abu Dhabi, with a contract valued at $18 billion, signed in 2009. And both countries have also collaborated on strategic oil stockpiling and the co-development of new oil fields in Haliba, Abu Dhabi. This shift illustrates the move from simple energy trading to more advanced projects like nuclear power plant construction and upstream activities. And Saudi Arabia has fostered a strategic partnership with Korea to expand its downstream oil-related business in Korea, augmenting oil exports to the country. Aramco became a majority share with 63% stake in S-Oil, which is Korea's fourth largest refiner in 2015, and bought 17% share of Hyundai Oil Bank in 2019. During the recent presidential visit, both countries made a joint crude oil stockpiling project contract between the KNOC and Saudi Aramco and Hydrogen Oasis Initiative. And Korea and Qatar made a $3.9 billion deal to build 17 LNG carrier vessels between Hyundai Heavy Industries and Qatar Energy. This table shows that a comparison of industrial structure between Saudi Arabia and Korea, which indicates the pressing need for GCC countries to diversify their economic foundations. If you see this table, the Saudi Arabia's share of manufacturing is just 11%, but South Korea is 29%. So a big gap, and the Saudi Arabia trying to be diversify their economic structure, but it's not easy. And in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, all countries in the world have embraced twin transitions, the digital transition and the green transition. I think these two transitions could present a unique opportunity to expand and strengthen bilateral cooperation between Korea and the Middle East, fostering economic diversification for Middle Eastern countries, and enhancing energy security for Korea. Let me explain more about energy transition and why this could promote industrial diversification. According to the International Energy Agency, if we achieve a goal like a net zero CO2 emissions by 2050, then there could be a substantial reduction in the share of oil from 30% in 2022 to 8% in 2050, while the share of renewables is projected to increase from 12% in 2022 to 71% of 2050. So you can see also significant decrease of use of other fossil fuels like natural gas and coal as well. And more importantly, the share of electricity is set to grow from 20% in 2022 to 53% in 2050, with solar PV and wind power occupying significant portions of electricity generation capacity as shown in the graph. In terms of global energy investment, clean energy investment has exceeded investments in fossil fuels since 2019. This substantial shift is reflected in the graph, with more than $1.7 trillion allocated to clean energy, covering renewable power, nuclear energy, grids, storage, low-emission fuels, and efficiency enhancements. Meanwhile, unabated fossil fuel supply and power investments stand slightly above $1 trillion. Within clean energy investments, renewables, specifically solar PV and electrical vehicles, are driving the expected increase in energy investment. To consider all the components necessary for energy transition, we need the whole energy system from electricity generation to end-use sectors like transportation, buildings, and manufacturing, which are sustainable and energy efficient. That means energy transition involves manufacturing and service activities together, not just energy itself. So all the sectors shown in the diagram, like smart grids, low-emission hydrogen production, batteries, and critical minerals and energy efficiencies and electric vehicles could be significant areas for bilateral cooperation between Korea and the GCC in the era of energy transition. So I think the ongoing energy transition offers fresh prospects to strengthen Korea-Middle East cooperation, focusing on energy security and economic diversification. So the diagram provided earlier can be modified to reflect these changes like this in the post-oil era. So the energy security for Korea and the economic diversification for GCC countries is the same, but the circular is different. Circular system is different from the earlier, the 1970s, 1980s. And specifically, I propose 4 key areas for bilateral cooperation in the era of energy transition. First, low-emission hydrogen and ammonia production. Korea and the GCC could produce together low-emission hydrogen through long-term contracts for price and supply stabilization. Then, we need financial support for joint research and development and feasibility studies and production projects. As you can see the map, now hydrogen projects are at the early stage, so we need to make more efforts for the projects with hydrogen certification or international standards. And second, critical minerals like lithium, nickel, cobalt are essential for clean energy technologies. These minerals come with various risks, including price fluctuations, supply chain bottlenecks, and geopolitical uncertainties. Hence, market monitoring, government financial support, and joint investments are very imperative. For this, we could consider unilateral cooperation, including the Korea-GCC FTA, as I mentioned earlier, or trilateral cooperation between Korea and GCC and other African countries with affluent critical minerals. And third, smart grids. As demonstrated by the graph, Korea excels in efficient grid technologies. So from the graph, Korea is the last one in terms of technical grid losses as a share of total electricity generation. So we could think of joint venture investments and technology transfer coupled with the expansion of infrastructure projects, and this could significantly contribute to economic diversification, the promotion of digital and green transition, and job creation. And fourth, energy efficiency measures are crucial in promoting energy transition. In that sense, we need to construct energy efficient and grid interactive buildings with creative technologies. So we need to collaborate for R&D and construction projects together. If you can see this, the diagram, then there are many sectors like EV charging or efficient windows or other areas. So that areas are related to the manufacturing sectors and service sectors. So this kind of construction and technology can promote the industrial diversification in the GCC countries. So these are my suggestions for bilateral cooperation in the era of energy transition. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right on the time. Very comprehensive and excellent presentation. Visually rich also. Thank you. Our next speaker, Dr. Dong-Suk Han, Research Associate Professor, Center for Advanced Materials at Qatar University. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Salam alaikum. So I'm working at the Qatar University. So the talk is mostly related to R&D project, showing the potential, the partnership between Korea and Qatar. So also, yeah, my major is partially in the water, even the water, in energy. So mostly we call the water energy nexus. So in this slide, I want to focus more the Qatar. So I'm living here more than 14 years, like more than 1/5 or whole of my life. I become more semi-Qatari. So you are interested in the MENA area, but I want to focus more Qatari. So if you don't like, stop me. So how can I move next? Oh, okay. I want to talk about the major industry activity during the Qatar's economic growth. All the GCC country, including Qatar, highly depending on seawater. So maybe you're surprised, yeah? So we got only the economic, the money from some industry, the carbon-based energy related to industry activities, but originated from the seawater. So from seawater, we can get oil and gas, natural gas, and water. So we'll look at the one by one to look at the potential partnership between bilateral countries. Since the Qatar is a natural gas country production, so natural gas, in terms of natural gas, most component is methane gas, the more than 90% of total component. With this natural gas, methane, so we can make LNG. So former speaker already talked about LNG by relation between Korea and GTL. So we use the methane gas to making more high-grade level of the liquid, like our engine oil. So we mostly replace with 10,000 kilometer engine oil. Yeah, so this is LNG. Qatar Shell has here is the largest production capacity in the world, and also the Qatar the government sector industry, Oryx GTL is involved in this GTL activities. And also fertilizer. So fertilizer is made from the methane gas. Combined with the CO2, we can make urea. So I talk about more detail couple activities here. And also recently, 5 years ago, Samsung C&T constructed natural gas powered hybrid seawater desalination plant. So when you look at all over the driving forces from seawater, so please keep in mind that. Regarding let's see one by one, let's see the LNG gas. So when you look at this map, so we know the Qatar's ambition regarding the LNG. This is liquefied natural gas compared to only the gas type. So they can reduce the 30% of the carbon-based CO2 compared to just volume of gas from the starting the end user. So we can say this is Tesla on the ship. So Qatar has more ambition. They want to expand more capability of production, like 43%, and also Samsung C&T, the EPC contract from the Qatar Energy. They want to make more storage tank, and so also they export more countries like in Asia, including China and Korea. So they want to expand more in the North Sea area of the Qatar. And there is an example also, former speaker, Dr. already mentioned HD Hyundai, constructed the huge money, more than 12 ships, vessel. Also, Qatar has energy, resilience regarding the energy security resilience. When you look at the pandemic, the oil price is going to the minus. This price is based on only the market, but actual price is going to minus. But Qatar has natural gas based on other, the activity like fertilizer production, CAPCO, or the KEPCO. So Qatar Petrochemical company can make the polymer based plastic. Even we have some issue in the production of natural gas, the price will be going down, but we have resilient activity in industry to make sell the like a fertilizer or the polymer-based plastic. Even GTL, I already mentioned, this is a huge size in the world. And so let's move to fertilizer. So I don't want to talk about more detail in technological. So to make a fertilizer, major, the component of fertilizer is ammonia. How can you make ammonia? We need the CO2 and natural gas, methane. So when you combine to this, we can make the ammonia-based fertilizer. And they release a lot of CO2 because this is carbon-based energy source. Yeah? So we can combine with the CO2 and ammonia, we can make the urea. So Korea already experienced a lot of issue of urea, 요소수. So Qatar has a high capacity to release this, and we make the good relationship based on Qatar side, not Korea side. Anyway, so the energy minister announced last year the Qatar has the largest size of fertilizer, but we need to participate in zero carbon ambition, like by 2050. But any of GCC country declare we gonna participate in zero emission so far, because still energy is activity based on natural gas or hydrocarbon energy. So we don't want to invest this to another facility. But they make initiative like this. Good example. I already mentioned they release a lot of CO2. So even we can capture the CO2 in the fertilizer company, so we can call this ammonia to blue ammonia. So it'll be contribute somehow in the world. So the Hyundai, the company involved in making the largest size of blue ammonia, the facility. So now major talk. So we are talking about too much carbon-based energy. So let's talk about the water energy nexus related to U energy for potential partnership. So how can you correlate water energy? So far, we focus a lot of energy input to produce water. Yeah. So this side. So when you review this side, based on this technology, so Qatar, make the natural gas based on power plant to support the water production. Also, we have different locate, different seaside, left side, west side. There is salt salinity is very high. This is a deadlock. How about east side? Is I want to say Persian or Gulf Sea. I don't want to make a political issue. Persian or Gulf Sea. The salinity is around 45 grams per liter, but mostly Pacific area is 35 grams per liter. But west side is more than 50. So west side we use the thermal based, and the other side based on the membrane based. But Samsung C&T developed a gas power plant to assist hybrid system. That is a novelty. So that is an example. The first is power black, based on the natural gas. And natural gas, the power engine, we want to use waste heat. So we combine the boiler, the water, seawater is heat. So they use the waste heat, gonna be used the distillation unit. And then this turbine generates high pressure and high temperature. I already mentioned high temperature, they use it for heating the water, and seawater, they're going to be used the thermal based. How about the high pressure? They derive the energy production that uses for the membrane based seawater desalination. Since the plant produce a lot of water product, so Karama has very ambition to store this water regularly. So they made 5 the water mega reservoir. This size is #1 in the world. So Karama achieved the best capacity reserving water in 2019. So I talk about general the water production in Qatar. Let's focus about the U energy generation from water resource. So we are focusing on the treating water from seawater, but we can use as it is from salinity in water. When we have two different salt, let's say my hand, left hand is just this kind of drinking water or the wastewater. Right hand, if I have seawater, they have different salinity. When you combine together wire, we can generate the power. So they can reduce many greenhouse gas emission. So how about Qatar? So Qatar has many industry. All individual industry has very different salinity level water discharged from the facility. For example, GTL has 5 types of water: cooling water, and low salinity wastewater, even out of line, and seawater for cooling water, another section, and produced water. When you take the water from the gas, when you extract the oil and gas from seawater, we just think all 100% barrel is composed of the 100% the hydrocarbon, but not sure. So 60% of barrel is water. We call it the produced water. This is a hypersaline. So we need to develop the technology to utilize this salinity to generate new energy that is more powerful, the energy industry. So how about Korea? So when you look at the sea, can you imagine where it is? Where located? We know the Ihyori is very, very famous entertainer in Korea. We don't know what's going on backyard of the house. So we have, here the Korea Institute of Energy Research. So they developed a salinity gradient power facility. It's top 1 in the world. We have, we here is Korea. Korea has potential to develop the industry scale. So we can combine somehow. We can utilize this salinity gradient power. Another one, so we can produce hydrogen. So already the doctor is already mentioned about hydrogen energy. Is source from seawater. So this is regarding the hydrogen emission of Gulf states. How look at this? You can focus the circle size and water drop. Water drop has a different color. For example, the water has blue hydrogen or green hydrogen, gray hydrogen, depending on what kind of energy we use to split the water to generate the hydrogen. So when you look at the best one is green, green hydrogen. So green hydrogen is located in NEOM, the U project in Saudi Arabia. How about the UAE? UAE has Masdar city. So Masdar city has an ambition to produce the green energy. And also Oman has very, very aggressive to produce the green hydrogen. But when you look at the circle, the color is different, It's in planning. But more advanced activities placed in Saudi Arabia and the UAE. So still Qatar doesn't have. On side of Qatar, so what is the Qatar ambition regarding the hydrogen economy? So they want to focus on only blue energy, the blue ammonia. So that is their own agenda. So this hydrogenation based on all was seawater. So different technology, membrane-based or distillation. Whatever we get, the produced water, they gonna be used for feed water to generate the hydrogen. This is a schematic diagram for the NEOM project. So NEOM wanna use seawater, desalted water for hydrogen generation, combined with green energy like solar power or wind. And finally, once they get the green hydrogen, they want to transport it to ammonia, liquid ammonia. So they can transport it somewhere they want to interest in importing. But here is green ammonia. But Qatar is focusing blue ammonia by capturing only CO2 in the facility. So let's compare. So what is the future energy transition? Blue ammonia or green ammonia? Green is environmental friendly. The blue is middle level. So Qatar focus more blue ammonia production. So we need to think about what is better. But this is not comparative structure. So maybe Qatar should be involved also developing the green ammonia to, reduce some carbon emission, participate in the zero carbon emission by 2050 in global racing. Yes. So this is an example. Korea has many water cluster the size. They involve with the Qatar University. We are collaborate. And so how about CO2? The old facility release the CO2. So how can it public participate in CO2 emission reduction? So Qatar already experienced the hosting the World Cup. They say the first trial of a carbon neutral World Cup by making the more than 1 million tree. But the trees require water. What is the water resource? From groundwater or the desalination water. So, but blue is the use percentage very low. So we need to develop how to efficiently produce the water from seawater. So we are working with Korea. The Gaia is the Ministry of the Architecture, Land, the Transportation, 국토부. So we are doing using some wastewater released in door building, and using that water we can make the gardening. So last slide, previous speaker mentioned a little bit about that. So we have the botanic garden-like size in near to the Accra area. So we are doing now, and Korean Embassy and Qatar University and other university and all local industries. So we are participating the sharing the knowledge where we have to go under the frame of the many climate change and energy forum from last year to year now. Oh, it's important message, but it's cut. So this is the new infrastructure. So MENA area, there is a common structure, all industry, and let's say hydrogen and green energy generation and city and fertilizer, all agriculture activities far from each other. But when you combine all together, locate in seawater, we make a synergy impact. Yeah, so we need to think about this kind of the market strategy. So that is one of the good example is Oksagon project in NEOM project. So all starting from floating industry on the sea. This is Oksagon project. I believe this would be good example for all MENA area. The Sheikh Tamim, he participated in COP. He strong ambitious. So we want to contribute to clean energy. So maybe we are ready in Qatar side. So hope we have a good partnership with Korea, even other MENA area. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Moving to our next speaker, Dr. Mohamed Swaidan, Head of Natural Gas Liquids, Chief Middle East and Africa Analyst, ESAI Energy.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you everybody for having me. It's a great privilege to be here speaking about this very important topic. I'm going to focus on the Middle East specifically and focus on what the energy transition for the Middle East actually means. When thinking about the global shift away from oil and gas and what we're calling the clean or the green energy transition, it's natural to expect countries that rely heavily on oil and gas to perform an act of a kind of obstruction or resist these sorts of transitions. And what we're actually seeing is the opposite effect. And in the past 5 years, we have seen a very strong adoption of the green transition among the Middle East countries. And there's kind of a paradox here that we have to think about. We see it in climate targets, we see it in mandates, we see it in hosting the COP conference coming up. We see it in hydrogen and carbon capture investments in renewables across the region. And the question that we have to think about here is, why is the Middle East adopting this sort of approach? Why is it on the forefront of the energy transition, given that their economies rely heavily on oil and gas? So what explains this seemingly paradoxical acting against one's own economic interests. Now, there are many answers to this question. I'm not going to get into all of them, but there's a few I want to mention very quickly. One of them, that we can't dismiss is that there is a sort of reputational goodwill effect, that countries want to remain good partners in this global energy transition. But also, there is a real perception of the threat of climate change on the Middle Eastern countries. Anyone who spent a summer in this region knows very well that climate change is very real and affects this region very significantly. But what I really want to talk about here is that there is also an economic dimension as well. That there is an economic component, that as the energy transition took off, what we saw is that the energy transition was not as fast nor as comprehensive as we initially thought. There remained very strong pockets of demand even as the global economy shifted away from oil and gas. So in this process, the Middle East found itself in a very unique position to actually center itself as the bridge between the world we're in now and the world we want to get to. And this was a very important realization for a lot of these countries that led them not only to adopt climate change policies, but actually to go on the front of these policies, because it also represents an economic interest for them. The CEO of the Kuwaiti Petroleum Corporation recently said that if there is a last barrel of oil ever produced in this world, it will come from the Middle East. And that is a fair sentiment, because the Middle East actually has two very strong components that work in its favor. One is that it is a very low-cost producer. It can produce oil and gas at a very cheap rate. But second, it's actually also one of the lowest carbon emitters as well when it comes to the actual production process. So if you put those two together, you actually realize that the Middle East sits at the very bottom of that supply stack, where they can continue to produce even as global demand decreases. So if we actually think about kind of the analogy of lumber and wood, now, the world had relied on wood and lumber for a very long time as a source of heat, right? Now, that transition occurred where we stopped using it as a source of heat, but it transitioned into different uses. And this is what's happening in the oil and gas world as well. Even as we move away from burning fossil fuels, the continued use of fossil fuels will always be there. And effectively, the Middle East has kind of come to this conclusion that even as the global transition moves forward, they will remain at the center of the global energy market. So from the Middle Eastern perspective, there's no real contradiction between the policy of increasing investment in production capacity of oil and gas and adopting the energy transition. Both kind of work hand in hand, which again seems counterintuitive, but actually when you think about where their position is in the market, it actually makes a lot of sense. So as demand begins to fall in Europe and elsewhere, suppliers will begin to exit the market, leaving actually the Middle East with a more concentrated level of supply. Now, this is a very tricky strategy that these countries are adopting, of leaning into the energy transition instead of resisting it. It's a tricky strategy because it requires an extra step. For this to work for the Middle East, it is necessary that they move down the stream of production. They can no longer be exporters of just pure crude oil, natural gas, liquefied natural gas. This is a market that will slowly decline over time. In order to actually continue this position, they will need to move down the stream. And this stream, it not only includes refining, but also includes the chemical side as well. And this, I believe, is where Korea comes into the picture very clearly. Now, the partnership between Korea and the Middle East in the energy space is obviously very, very strong. It's very deep. But I want to highlight one part of it, which is the kind of the downstream effect of this partnership. Now, in the past 5 years, we saw the Middle East investing heavily in expanding its refining capacity. Now, we can talk about several projects. I want to talk about a few very quickly. There was the Al-Zor project in Kuwait that, only a couple of weeks ago was finally came online after, about 10 years of construction. 2 of the 5 major contracts for building that refinery went to Korean companies. The Jazan refinery in Saudi, also 3 of the 7 contracts were awarded to Korean companies. The Karbala refinery in Iraq also came online this year. 2 out of the 6 contracts were awarded to Korean companies. And even moving further, hydrogen, as we saw earlier, the hydrogen projects in Oman, of the 2 contracts awarded so far, 1 of them had gone to a Korean company. So the partnership between the Middle East and Korea is very deep. It exists, especially in that downstream sector. However, the energy transition globally will have a profound impact on the Middle East because it will need to move further and further down the stream. And that opens up a huge area of cooperation between Korea and the Middle East to further expand this relationship. I'm going to end with 3 main highlights that I think the future of the Korean-Middle East partnership will center around. I believe strongly that it's the refining sector, very clearly, as the world kind of moves towards providing cleaner fuels and stricter environmental standards. The Korean technology diffusion and the Korean contractors will be essential in building this capacity in the Middle East. Second, it would be hydrogen and carbon capture technology. Again, both of these sectors not only are potential areas where you could grow clean sources of energy, but they also allow you to continue to produce your oil and gas reserves while reaching the global mandates of climate change. Finally, it will be in the chemicals sector, which is probably the largest one moving forward. The Middle East refining capacity has kind of hit its second wave of investment and slowing down at this moment. But now the next wave will be in chemical investment, where you have integrated refinery with chemical capacity. And this is increasingly going to move forward and grow as we see in the future with both refinery integrated projects, but also direct crude to chemicals projects, which are now increasing in popularity. The project, the Shaheen project in South Korea, where Saudi Arabia invested about $7 billion in building out a chemical refinery, a chemical plant in Korea, is a big highlight of this sector. So the areas of partnership are very big, and the paradox here is that surprisingly the energy transition, the global energy transition, actually pushes the Middle East to kind of double down on their supply, to double down on their production, and to actually expand down the stream. And in this expansion, we will see lots of areas of further cooperation between Korea and the Middle East. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muhannad. Excellent take and timing also. Last but not least, His Excellency Saleh bin Majid Al-Khulayfi, Assistant Undersecretary for Commerce Affairs at the Ministry of Commerce and Industry of State of Qatar. The floor is yours. Thank you.
شكرا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أنا إذا تسمحوا لي راح أتكلم بالعربي. أنا عندي الكلمة بلغتين، فإذا اللي يحتاج ترجمة. منذ أكثر من 50 سنة وبعد انهيار اقتصاد اللؤلؤ، زار جدي يومها كان رئيس مجلس إدارة شركة الملاحة القطرية مع وفد من الشركة كوريا للعمل مع قطاع النقل البحري لبدء صناعة جديدة في قطر. والدولتين كوريا وقطر شبه جزر على محيطات كبيرة، خارجة من أزمات اقتصادية كبيرة، ولديها نفس المقومات الاقتصادية. وبعد ما يقارب 70-80 سنة اليوم ما تزال العلاقة الاقتصادية قوية في مجال النقل البحري، حيث لدى دولة قطر شركة ناقلات وهي سبسيدري لشركة ملاحة، أكبر أسطول من ناقلات النفط والغاز. وما كان يمكن أن يكون هذا الموقع لولا دعم الشركات والمصنعين الكوريين، وهي شراكة استراتيجية ليست فقط في مجال النفط والغاز، ولكن في عدة مجالات تعمل على البحث، تعمل على التطوير، وتعطي الدولتين ميزة تنافسية في هذا المجال. بهذه القصة ندرس الاقتصاد الكوري ونتعلم من بعض تجاربه، سواء كانت التي مر فيها في السبعينات والثمانينات بما يسمى الامبورت سبستيوشن استراتيجي، أو الاستراتيجية لدعم المنتج المحلي وتقليل الواردات، ونرى أرقام مشابهة انتقل الجي دي بي والناتج المحلي وما يصانعه من قطاع الصناعات من 10-15% إلى 30% كما تكلم المتحدثين قبلي. واليوم تقع دولة قطر في نفس الأرقام، تبتعد وتنوع اقتصادها عن النفط والغاز، واليوم تقع في 14% تقريبا مساهمة قطاع الصناعة في الناتج المحلي، ونأمل أن يصل هذا الرقم بحلول 2030 إلى قريب 20%. ولن يكون هذا طريق سواء عن طريق الاستثمار بعيدا عن تصدير الكوموديتيز والمنتجات الخام إلى الاستثمار في الداون ستريم والصناعات المتقدمة. ونرى قريبا من هذا المكان سواء جنوبا أو شمالا لا نبتعد عن تكنولوجيا كورية عملت بشراكات مع شركات قطرية، وليست فقط، أتوقع غطينا الكثير من قطاعات النفط والغاز، ولكن شمالا تقريبا 10 دقائق من هنا هناك من أكبر المستشفيات الكورية التي ستفتح قريبا مع شراكة قطرية في مجال الادفانسد فارماسيوتيكلز ومجال الخدمات الطبية والعناية والكوزماتكس في دولة قطر. وجنوبا نجد مدينة مشيرب، حيث كانت هناك شراكات كبيرة في نظام المدن الذكية مع شركات كورية. وترتبط دولة قطر وجمهورية كوريا بعلاقات قوية، حيث بلغ التبادل التجاري تقريبا 15 مليار دولار في السنة الماضية، وهذه فقط مجموعة من النماذج والشركات اللي تكلمنا عنها، خاصة في ظل الانفتاح التجاري بعد كأس العالم، حيث تم تطوير مجموعة من التشريعات التي تسمح للشركات الكورية جميع الشركات بالعمل والتملك 100% في الاقتصاد القطري، حيث نملك تقريبا اليوم قرابة 200 شركة تعمل برأس مال كوري 100% في الدولة، سواء كانت في قطاعات النفط والغاز، قطاعات الكونستراكشن والتشييد، قطاعات السياحة، قطاعات الهيلث كير والقطاعات الطبية وغيرها، حيث نركز في دولة قطر ودولة كوريا على التقنيات الحديثة. اليوم في دولة قطر لا نستطيع المنافسة على المجالات الكبيرة، اليوم لا نملك مساحات خضراء كبيرة ولا نملك عدد كبير من البشر، ولكن التي تفضلوا فيه الإخوان قبل لدينا مخزون كبير من النفط والغاز، لدينا مجموعة من المؤسسات البحثية التي تكلموا عنها سابقا وغيرها التي تساعدنا في العمل على التكنولوجيا الحديثة، سواء كانت مشاريع الجينوم أو مشاريع البلو هيدروجين وغيره من المشاريع، بالإضافة إلى وجود وتمركز دولة قطر ووجود أفضلية وأفيلابيليتي. احنا اليوم الدولة الوحيدة التي لديها بنية تحتية متاحة، ليست بنية تحتية وصلت إلى الفول كاباسيتي، وليست دولة ستبني وتطور بنية تحتية. اليوم احنا الميناء الوحيد في المنطقة الذي لديه تقريبا 40% فري كاباسيتي، تستطيع أي خطوط إنتاج أن تأتي إلى الدولة وتستخدمها كهب لمنتجاتها، بالإضافة إلى اليوم وجود ثاني أكبر أسطول من الشحن الجوي في العالم وأكبر ناقل للشحن الجوي في العالم، بحيث كنا الناقل الوحيد في فترة الكوفيد، سواء bringing people home أخذ الناس إلى أوطانهم أو نقل أكبر كمية من الفاكسينز في العالم. فوجود هذه البنية التحتية الجاهزة اليوم للاستخدام يتيح لدولة قطر فرصة كبيرة للمزيد من التبادل التجاري وزيادة الاستثمارات في الدولة. ولكن بندنا اليوم هو عن التكنولوجيا النظيفة، وأنا سعيد أن اليوم تكلمنا عن الجرين أمونيا فيرسز بلو أمونيا. دائما ما يرجع هذا السؤال عن وجود دولة قطر كدولة نفطية، وأدري دكتور مهند تكلم عن كوننا أرخص خلينا نقول لتر ولا أرخص كيوبك متر من الغاز، ولكن النقطة التي لا يكتفي الجميع بالتحدث عنها هي أن اليوم دعم المستقبل سواء كان عن طريق أن تكون هناك سيارة كيا كهربائية سيحتاج دائما إلى أطنان وأطنان من الفولاذ والحديد. وهل نفضل أن يكون هذا الحديد مصنوع من الفحم أم مصنوع من الطاقة النظيفة مثل ال LNG؟ وهذا السؤال أبقيه لكم وشكرا.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Excellent take. And indeed, the personal and historical touch in your presentation is important to highlight the unhighlighted part of the Korean-Middle East relation and Korean Gulf relations. I think that we have like 15 minutes time still, so we will open the floor for questions. If there is any question, please raise your hand, identify yourself, and ask the question. Is there anyone? Okay, maybe after the lunch, some of them are still. I will misuse my position, if I may say, and ask a few questions to our great panelists. My first question, how might the geopolitical climate currently affect the cooperation between Korea and Middle East, or Korea and the Gulf region in terms of green transition? This is question number one. Maybe Your Excellency would like to answer it, but feel free, all of you could ask. And my second question is that, and maybe we talked about this topic at the lunch also, the Gulf countries and Korea have very different political and economic models. So in this sense, do you see this as an opportunity for more collaboration or a challenge? And in case it is a challenge, how are you trying to overcome it in order to strengthen the cooperation in the green transition? So please feel free to answer.
I think I'll take the Q&A in English. I think it's going to be faster for all of
Feel
us.
free.
As Dr. Mohamed mentioned, the amount of investments in either upstream or downstream that are happening in the region and the different maps we've seen. Most of the investments is happening in this part of the world. We've seen a huge export of contracting companies. I would say most of our economy has been built by Korean companies. And going forward in the next 10 years, about 40% of the construction projects in the world will be in this region. So I don't think the geopolitical situation will slow down any of the economic development that's happening. Both countries have been living in uncertain areas. Thus, we are keeping the growth happening. Qatar, in the past 30 years, 10x'd its GDP. So this we've multiplied our GDP 10 times, even though multiple situations have happened through multiple governments in Qatar, through multiple regional conflicts, economic growth, and our economic vision has been resilient, and we did not stop for a single day.
Thank you. Dr. Lee, if you may take the second question.
Okay, let me answer the second question you raised. As I told you in the presentation, the Middle Eastern countries and South Korea has very different economic structure and natural resources, but they are very complementary. So we can export the construction technologies and then the electronic products, and then we import the gas and oil. So very complementary circular model. So it started from the 1970s and until now. But I don't think this is sustainable. If we need to cooperate more and then develop more, then we need to pursue the same goal like energy transition, as I discussed today. Because if you see the trading between the advanced countries, then they export and import each other in the same products, like automobiles, American automobiles to export to Europe, and European cars to then America. So Korea and then the Middle Eastern countries have to the same trading pattern. So just like raw materials and then the manufacturing products is not sustainable, so we need to co-develop the technologies and products, and then we can share the experiences together. So even if there are different economic structure and resources, but in the future we need to cooperate in the same purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The microphone, please, to His Excellency. Yes, here.
I want to thank the panelists for very informative interventions. If I look at the LNG market, it is very much an international market. So there is pricing, there are contracts that can be traded. I can define what LNG is. For hydrogen, we have the whole gamut going from green to blue to gray to whatever. I mean, until we have a proper identification and classification and understanding what does green, blue, gray, we won't have a market developed. Hydrogen, of course, is extremely promising, and Qatar, and as well as Korea, Qatar will be a major exporter of hydrogen. So my question is, what are you doing? Are you starting to cooperate to define what we mean by green, blue, etc., so that we can get a contract? Because until you get a contract, so far everything we've had is bilateral. What is important is to create a market in which you can trade, and therefore it becomes global as opposed to simply bilateral, because if it remains bilateral, you won't develop a global industry. So I was asking question, have you started this discussions on classification so that we can have the beginning of a global market for hydrogen, which very clearly can be a major global market? So really open to any of the panelists.
Thank you very much. Who would like to take this question? Yes, please start, Doctor.
Thank you. That's, I think, a very important question. Allow me to push back a little bit about this concept of the definition of the spectrum, of the color spectrum that we call. Yes, the color spectrum exists, but it's mostly in the industry it's used as a shorthand to kind of generate where the supply is coming from. At the end of the day, the hydrogen molecule is the hydrogen molecule. It doesn't matter where it comes from, and when it reaches, the actual feedstock, the hydrogen molecule is the same one in either case. Now this again, yeah. Yeah.
Climate and emissions.
Yeah, I'm getting to that.
The origin is critical.
Yeah. So now that we can differentiate between what the final product is and how it's produced, the production process itself, the classifications of blue and green have become less and less fashionable, and what now we're talking about is increasingly looking at the hydrogen as low carbon or high carbon, regardless of where it comes from. And even in policy making, it becomes very difficult to design policy around colors. That's becoming less likely. And we saw in the United States there was the Inflation Reduction Act, which had a huge hydrogen component, did not mention colors at all. What it mentioned was how much carbon is emitted in the process of producing this. So you might have blue hydrogen that is very low carbon intensity, and green hydrogen, depending on how you're, let's say, making the water, for example, could be actually very very dirty. So when it comes to policy making, and we can see this increasingly in countries that are adopting hydrogen plans, the colors have been slowly being, sidelined into kind of conversational and not policy-making tools. And that's kind of what I'm seeing, at least in the United States, increasingly also in Europe, that designing hydrogen policy is not color-oriented. Let's put it that way.
Thank you. Dr. Han, would you like to comment or add? Or?
Yes, I want to add to the former speaker. Actually, I'm engineer, so when I look at on the number, the transition like blue to green is very hard, regardless of any country, because we require the clean water. So mostly we use the membrane-based PM electrolyzer for water splitting, requiring the high purity water that can obtain from reverse osmosis water. For example, the $5 required per producing 1 kilometer hydrogen, very expensive. But most countries are targeting below than the $2 per 1 kilo of hydrogen, including Australia or USA, even Germany. Even Korea has highest capacity at the highest technology in terms of capacity of production. The problem is price. That will be competitive. So that's why in some country, including the GCC, is hesitate to participate the zero carbon with the hydrogen economy. So that's why Qatar want to go one by one, starting the blue ammonia or the blue hydrogen, and maybe in the future. So technology develop more and reducing the water price cost, maybe we go forward to green hydrogen. It's required balancing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other question? Yes, please. The mic is here. Where's the mic? Yeah.
السلام عليكم. سؤالي للأستاذ صالح الوكيل المساعد لوزير التجارة والصناعة. طبعا رؤية قطر وطنية 2030 ركزت على تحقيق هدف أساسي وخلق اقتصاد قطري تنافسي يرتكز على استراتيجية التنويع الاقتصادي وتهيئة قطر لمرحلة ما بعد اقتصاد الهيدروكربون. طبعا نحن نعرف قطر بلد صغير من حيث المساحة وصغير من حيث الكثافة السكانية، لكن هناك بلدان تقترب من حيث التجربة مع قطر، مثل على سبيل المثال تايوان، سنغافورة، تقدمت بشكل كبير في مجال ما يسمى بالصناعات المعرفية. الصناعات المعرفية طبعا هي تركز بالدرجة الأساسية، ليس تركز على عنصر العمل وإنما مكثفة لرأس المال، فهي تتناسب مع البيئة القطرية. أسأل سؤال: في إطار تعزيز الشراكة القطرية الكورية، هل هناك آفاق لبناء صناعة معرفية في قطر تتناسب مع ظروف الاقتصاد القطري، باعتبار اقتصاد يمتلك فوائض مالية ممكن أن تستثمر في هذه الصناعة اللي هي في تقديري راح تعزز من التوجه القطري نحو تحقيق التنويع الاقتصادي؟ وشكرا جزيلا.
شكرا. تفضل سعادتك.
شاكر لك سؤالك، وانا اتوقع الاجوبه ولا الامثله اللي ضربها اليوم دكتور دونغ. I'm speaking about your examples in CAM في مركز الابحاث في جامعه قطر. هناك مجموعه من الاستثمارات ليست فقط بحثيه، فاليوم ايضا المشاريع البحثيه الR&D احنا ما نركز فقط على الR البحث، ولكن نركز على التطوير. اغلب الامثله اللي نتكلم عنها اليوم تكنولوجيا مشتركه قطريه كوريه تساهم في وجود منتجات، سواء كانت في التحليه، سواء كانت في الممبرينز، الداونستريم اندستريز، واغلبها في مصانع ومشاريع قطريه تستطيع انها تخرج منتجات وتصدر الى العالم. هذا في مجال اليوم الصناعه، في مجال الطب اليوم هناك ايضا مشاريع كبيره مشتركه. في دولة قطر لا نستطيع ان احنا نركز على اللارج سكيل اندستريز. اليوم ايضا في مجال الطب لا يمكننا المنافسه فيما يسمى الجينيركس، احنا عارفين هالموضوع، ولهذا نركز على مشاريع مثل الجينوم بروجكت، اي مشاريع تبحث على لديها عائد، انا اسميه عائد لكل سكوير متر، يجب ان يكون عالي، استغلال عالي للتكنولوجيا، استغلال عالي للعقول البشريه، وتكنولوجيا مدفوعه بالتطوير وبالكوميرشاليزيشن بوجود مشروع وراءه. اليوم نتكلم عن اكثر من 200 مشروع كوري موجود في دوله قطر. قد تكون هذه المشاريع ليست FCMG، يعني ما تلاقيها في الرف في السوبر ماركت، ولكن نتكلم عنها اليوم الدكتور الووتر ممبرينز، هذه حاجه احنا عايشين عليها اليوم، وليس عليها ليبل او برودكت، ولكنها تكنولوجيا مشتركه كوريه قطريه. فهناك مشاريع ضخمه سواء كانت في البنيه التحتيه، في بنيه كاس العالم، يساعدونا في الماري تايم، في النقل البحري بشكل كبير، فهناك مشاريع ضخمه مشتركه بين الجهتين.
Thank you very much. Excellent timing. We came right on the time. So at the end of this panel, and before we move to the third session, Culture and People, the Future of Korea, Middle East Ties, please join me to thank our great panelists for their very informative takes. Thank you very much. I'll take a picture, please.
شكرا لك دكتور علي وشكرا للمشاركين. ننتقل الآن إلى الجلسة الثالثة والأخيرة. 이제 세 번째 마지막 세션으로 넘어가겠습니다. الثقافة تكمن في قلب العلاقات المتطورة بين كوريا ومنطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا. على سبيل المثال، يمكن الشعور بالتأثير الواسع النطاق لموسيقى البوب الكورية في جميع أنحاء المنطقة، الأمر الذي يجعل الثقافة محور مناقشتنا لهذه الجلسة تحت عنوان مستقبل الروابط الإنسانية والثقافية بين كوريا والشرق الأوسط. 문화는 한국과 중동 및 북아프리카 지역 발전하는 관계 중심에 있습니다. 예를 들면 한국 K-pop 광고무한 영향력은 지역 존재에 느낄 수 있습니다. 이번 세션 주제는 한국과 중동 인가적인 문화적인 관계 미래입니다. للخوض أكثر في تفاصيل العلاقات الثقافية بين كوريا والمنطقة، رحبوا معي بمديرة جلستنا التالية سعادة السيدة جي إي سون، سفيرة التعاون الثقافي في وزارة الخارجية الكورية، وينضم إليها كل من سعادة السيد فهد السليطي، الرئيس التنفيذي لمؤسسة التعليم فوق الجميع، دكتورة إكران أستاذة في جامعة دانكوك في مدرسة الدراسات العليا في معهد دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي، دكتور كاظم نعمة، رئيس سابق لمركز الدراسات الاستراتيجية والدولية في جامعة بغداد، دكتورة جي يونغ كو، أستاذة باحثة في مركز آسيا في جامعة سؤول الوطنية.
Hello, hi. Good afternoon. Salamul al-kalam. 안녕하세요. Welcome to the last session of our the Korea Middle East Cooperation Forum towards a stronger cooperation and partnership. It's been a long day and filled with a lot of information, very interesting discussions. So I'm sure that you are overflowing with information. So I think it may be an appropriate session for our final and last session of the forum. But while the first and second sessions of our forum talked about the political and maybe the economic sides of our relationship, which in terms of, if you look at it in a hard power, soft power relationship. We have so far been talking mostly about the hard power aspect of the Korea Gulf or Korea-Qatari relationship. But this third session perhaps is what will ultimately allow the hard power kind of relationship to really bear fruit. Because we feel that in terms of the soft power, the people-to-people, the culture-to-culture relationship will define how far we go in the future. So my name is Son Jie, Jason. I am the ambassador for cultural cooperation at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Korea. Now, I have been asked over and over and over again, what is it that an ambassador of cultural cooperation does? And I define it like this. Korea's cultural background, cultural activities have recently caught the attention and the imagination of people around the world, including the Middle East. And we have seen how it sparks a new generation of people that are interested in all things Korean culture. Which is a marvelous thing. We are extremely grateful for this kind of benefit that we have. But we also feel the need to take this phenomenon and possibly use this opportunity to introduce Korea in a little bit better fashion. Based on the kind of good feeling that surrounds our culture. And it's not a recent phenomenon. It just reminded me, one of my former posts was a CEO of Arirang TV, and I see in the hotel that you have Arirang TV, and I know that Arirang TV is relatively well seen in the Middle East. And one of the reasons is that in around 2004, Arirang, and this was not when I was the CEO, it was way before my time, but around 2004, Arirang TV, which is a Korean English language TV station whose mission is to spread the spread of what Korea is around the world, and it was mostly at that time done in English, and I think at the time was a little bit done in Japanese and Chinese. Started the Arabic. They started an Arabic channel. And that was right about the time that Korea started sending out peacekeeping forces into the Middle East. And the thinking is that in sending out our young men overseas, we wanted to let the people in that part of the world also understand who Koreans were on a slightly military fashion. And so one of the ways that we figured to do that is to do it through a broadcasting station that had a lot of culture, a lot of news about Korea, information about Korea, Korean songs, and sending out into that part of the world. I don't know if that was that led to a success, but we believe that paved the way, in a way, for Korea to be understood in this part of the world beyond just economic or militarily or political aspects. And I actually see one of the products maybe of those efforts. I don't know if you know, but if you notice, but on the second row of our audience, we have the South Korean club from the Qatar University, young people from Qatar University joining us in this session. I asked them about their university club, and they say that from Qatar University, there are 800 Qatari female students who are a part of the South Korean club. They have a wonderful little corner out there if you want to join them and maybe visit their corner. They have little Korean dolls and a little bit of a Korean hanbok costumes, and they're very, very eager. And they're lovely young women who are very eager to see further ties, cultural and educational ties between Korea and Qatar. So there is a future there. And so I think that is something that we may work with the esteemed panel that we have with us today. We'll start off with my left, and Dr. Ik-ran from Tanguk University in Korea. She is from the Liberal Arts College, and she is a Middle East studies expert in this field. So I will ask Professor onto the podium. Dr.
Okay, thank you very much. I actually prepared, okay. Yes, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Ik-ran from Tanguk University. The subject that I brought to you today is a paradigm shift of Korea and the new Middle East relations. The reason that I put a word new in front of Middle East is to emphasize that the way Korea view the Middle East is changing with more focus on the soft power. I think most of us are very familiar with the concept of soft power, a concept raised by Professor Joseph Nye, which stress the ability to captive the heart of others through attraction, incentives, or charm. At the core of this captivating power or influence, there lies people and culture. And on a personal note, I started to participate in the CAS organized Korea and Middle East Forum from 2014. And it became 10th anniversary since I started to participate in. I usually participate in the third session, which focus on cultural exchange or collaborative strategies. And I overlooked what's been discussed over the 10 years. And I reached the conclusion that our discussion was mainly remained as a very abstract level. And I thought, what's the reason behind? Firstly, the outcome of social and cultural cooperation may not be immediately visible or quickly realized. And secondly, there has been a lack of interest between Korea and the Middle Eastern countries. Until now, both the Middle East from the perspective of Korea and Korea from the perspective of Middle East have been approached within the framework of the West. So there has been a lack of awareness regarding the necessity to understand each other directly outside of this Western framework. But however, I started to sense the recent atmosphere of curiosity and fascination toward the Middle Eastern countries. For example, I run 2 courses in my university. One is Islamic culture, and the other is understanding Middle Eastern countries. And the number of students who enrolled my course is increasing, as you see in the graph. And there is a famous YouTuber. His name is Panibot, and he has almost 2 million subscribers. And he started to explore Middle Eastern countries from Egypt until Palestine and even Saudi Arabia. And this actually sparkled young people's fascination about Middle Eastern countries. And also there is a heightened interest in learning Arabic. This is a newspaper Jungang newspaper, which is one of major newspaper in Korea. And the title is Arabic as a second language to learn instead of English. And one of the interviewees who in this newspaper says, until 2022, my New Year's resolution was always to study English, but this year it's Arabic. So Arabic, it was a very difficult language there to learn, but now people, they started to look opportunities and potentials in learning Arabic. And also, apart from the Middle Eastern restaurant, there is a newly open, like Middle Eastern dessert cafe in Main Street of Seoul, like Itaewon, Gangnam Street, or Hongdae. So some students, some young people who have sophisticated taste toward new food, they started to visit this place, and as a result, these shops started to gain popularity among the young people. So these are the indications of a paradigm shift of interest. In the past, we more focus on oil issues or construction or war and its impact on oil price. But now, there is a growing appreciation for the cultural dimension. So to Koreans, the Middle East is no longer synonymous with the cliches of oil, camel, desert, war, or terror. We begin to feel strong attraction or fascination toward Middle East countries and their culture and people. So in this context, I would like to share my experience of how young Koreans perceive the Middle East countries from the perspective of soft power. I especially focused on 3 Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, because these countries bolster their national image and promote their cultural industries for developing soft power in preparation post-oil era. And I communicated with around 60 students who registered my class, and I asked, what's the motivation to enroll my course? And also, I wanted to share with them their images of 3 Middle Eastern countries, how attractive or unattractive they are. As for the reversed perspective of Middle East toward Korea, my colleague will deal with the Korean wave in the Middle Eastern countries, so I'm not going to deal with these issues further. So these are the motivation of enrollment of my students, but I think it's the letters are so small, so I'm going to introduce some part. And my students, they choose a course because they want to gain deeper understanding of Middle Eastern countries. And some students, they develop their interest after watching Qatar World Cup and also Saudi Vision 2030 and advanced image of Abu Dhabi and Dubai in film industries. And so there is a paradigm shift among the students, why they feel fascination or appeal or allure in the Middle Eastern countries. In the past, as I just briefly introduced, a small number of students, they enrolled my class with interest in studying the roots of conflict or histories of Middle Eastern countries, or there are some students who wanted to adjust their schedule to fit the class times. But now, with the new Middle East, there is a noticeable increase in curiosity about Middle Eastern countries. And this interest was driven by various factors such as high-profile athlete transfer, architectural interest, and job opportunities. And recently, this curiosity has extended to Middle Eastern film and tourist attractions, and it signifies the influence of soft power. And last month, there was a Hamas and Israeli issues, and students, they wanted to ask me to explain more about the history of Israel and Palestine issues, and I explained them. That means that students, they want to make a balance in these issues, not only understanding these issues from Israeli perspective, but also they want to analyze or interpret these issues from Palestine perspective. So I'm going to skip this part. I taught the students Saudi Arabia under the title of Transforming from Conservative to Open-Minded Country, and UAE, a country which inspires us, and Qatar, the Switzerland of Middle East, and the nation with soft power. Under this subject, I explained political and economic situation and culture and people and society and women's issues. And students, they felt Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar is very appealing to them. And they found they wanted to visit these countries. So we could find perception has been changed greatly. And also I run other course under the name of Reading Classics, and I choose this semester Ibn Battuta's Travel. And this is very challenging. The students, they found it's very struggling to understand about the medieval Islamic customs or the very difficult city's name. But anyway, after they learned and read Ibn Battuta's Travel, and they found it's very interesting to learn about various Islamic performance like Hajj in Mecca, and also zakat, paying zakat, and also they started to learn Islamic brotherhood. And they found it's very attractive to learn Islamic culture. And I'm going to skip. And then my next question is, what led to the paradigm shift of perception? And I think there are several reasons. The investment in soft power and national branding strategies by Middle Eastern countries take effect. So students, they started to feel curiosity. They learned more about the Middle Eastern countries. So Middle Eastern countries became the place they want to visit or explore further. And second, collaboration with Korea is frequently reported in the newspaper. For example, last month, President Yoon visited Saudi Arabia and Qatar, and last year, UAE. And also during the Chuseok festival holidays, Samsung CEO Lee Jae-yong visited Middle Eastern countries. And this conveys a message that, especially to young people, that there is a potential, a possibility, or cooperation between Korea and the Middle Eastern countries. And as charm quotient rise, it has become easier to experience Middle Eastern culture in everyday life through restaurants, through dessert cafe, or through YouTube contents. So that what it means is cultural resistance weakens and the barriers lower. So my next question should move to how to turn this curiosity and interest into practical and substantive mutual cooperation in much deeper level. And I would like to suggest several ways, and also at the same time, we need to aware there's a limitation. And firstly, education cooperation should be strengthened. And this involves joint research for academic exchange or enlarging students' exchange. And this initiative aims to cultivate friendly ties and foster an affinity for both parties. And this is meaningful investment, not only for now, but for the next 20 or 30 years. But at the same time, there is a limitation, because in Korea, there's a regrettable trend of weakening research and development in humanities and social science. For example, there was a 6th department related to Middle East Arabic teaching department, but now the number has fallen into 3. So we only have 3 departments which teaches about Middle East and Arabic language. And also in my university case alone, we have 2 institutes. One is Arab Culture Center, the other is GCC Institute. But due to the funding constraint and budget issues, these 2 institutes are malfunctioning mostly, so it's almost dying. So, secondly, there is a cultural cooperation should be reinforced. But there is also challenging issues of promotion. People, they do not know about this event very well, so it's because it's not well publicized. And finally, travel should be activated, not tourism, because we need to feel each other. We need to experience the other culture. So Middle Eastern countries are still perceived as insecure and risky destination, or as unfamiliar places. So we need to rectify this image. So now I need to move to my concluding remark. So why do we need to cooperate with each other on much deeper level? Firstly, cooperation is necessary due to multipolarization of our international order. In the present 21st century, each country prioritizes pursuing its own interest. So neo-nationalism has become a prevailing trend. And secondly, factors threatening human security, including climate change or food security or disease. We have gone through COVID-19 crisis last 3 or 4 years. And we need to cooperate to defend these issues together. And then, how do we deepen our relations? Soft power will do. So it is certain that if people from both sides feel mutual attraction, and we will open our heart to each other, and the relations will deepen. Now, I will conclude my presentation with comments from my student. One of most cherished sentences selected by my students from book Ibn Battuta's travel is, effort brings distant things closer and open closed doors. They are deeply moved by Ibn Battuta's 3 decades of unwavering travel for Hajj and across the Islamic world, despite facing numerous challenges such as threats from thieves and occasional serious illness. But they hold the value of effort in high regard that Ibn Battuta have paid throughout his travel. What it means to us today is, regardless of various barriers and limitations in front of us, our effort to understand each other and cooperate will make stronger ties, bringing Korea and the Middle East much closer than before and opening the doors of our heart wide. So this is right time and ripe time for genuine mutual cooperation. Now, from Korean side, I think we are ready. And I think now today, I saw 2 ladies in the second row draped Korean flags over their abaya. So I think Qatar is ready now. So let's go together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ram. I think you point out that there is a paradigm shift going on. It may be the paradigm shift from the fact that there was just not very much knowledge about the Middle East, and the very fact that there's a curiosity, there's a thirst to get more knowledge about the Middle East allows us an opportune time to make sure that when that knowledge is accumulated, it allows us to get closer rather than inputs more of maybe the biases that other regions of the world might have. So it does provide some opportunities. But next, we have Dr. Kadim Naima, who is a former head of the Center of Strategic and International Studies at the University of Baghdad. And so I will hand the podium over to Dr. Kadim.
السلام عليكم. أنا سأحاول أن أزاوج بين العربية وبين الإنجليزية، فأظن أن اللغة العربية لم تأخذ حصتها في المداخلات، وأن معظم المستمعين هم من الشباب العرب الذين نضع ثقتنا فيهم في أن ينجزوا ما لم ننجزه بعد 80 عاما. What we have heard from the presentation from the professor before me takes me back 30 years ago to Korea. I attended then an occasion at the University of Hu. I think Korea was admitted to the United Nations, 91. So there was a conference, and I came then from the war in Kuwait. So an Iraqi traveling to Korea in 91, coming from the war in Iraq. So when I stood in front of the passport officer, and he looked at my passport and turned the pages, and he said, "Where are you from?" Well, I said, "I am from Iraq." He said, "Iraq?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Iraq?" Twice. I said, "Yes. Flesh and blood from Iraq." So it took me minutes to think what did by this question he meant to say. I think this is what we have heard just now, how a drastic and fundamental change has occurred. قد حدث في الperception وفي الimage of the Arabs in Korea from the presentation, and I'm very thankful to you to correct my information. Then the next stage, when I delivered my paper in English, one of the professors asked me, "We have an Institute of Foreign Languages. Would you please to come and give a lecture?" I said, "Yes." He said, "In which language?" He said, "In Arabic." Oh, I was pleased. I said, "Oh, good gracious me, this is the opportunity to show my mutanabbi and a jahal and so on." So I brushed my Arabic, classical Arabic, and I know I am not so bad in a classical Arabic language. So when I started my first 2-3 sentences, the audience, I felt that they didn't continue, they don't follow me. So I asked the professor next to me, "Shall I continue in Arabic?" He said, "No, please, would you switch to English?" So I switched to English. So now really you have presented what a great change has happened in what we call public relation, public diplomacy, as Joseph Ney and his followers of the soft power in the field of international politics have elaborated so far. I think the best thing to start with is a quotation by the Korean foreign minister, which I think he has summarized all what I hope, or I think what we are going to hear in this session about public or cultural relation. Do allow me to quote him, because there are so many keys in his words. Here we are. And it's concerning Korea. Korea's public diplomacy entails promoting diplomatic relation by sharing our country's history, traditions, culture, arts, values, policies, and visions through direct communication with foreign nationals. By doing so, we enhance our diplomatic relation and national image by gaining the trust. Look at how he has chosen the word, the trust of the international community, and increasing our country's global influence. I do think that Korea hasn't failed at all to materialize what the foreign minister has said or pointed out in this quotation. This is point one. The other point which I would like, which is concerning the Arab side. Unfortunately, we do not have so much information concerning this aspect of cultural diplomatic relation between the Arab countries and not only Korea. I'm speaking from 55 years experience of teaching and lecturing in this international politics. We don't have interest in this field of our diplomatic activities with other countries. Yet, we have left as an Arab قد تركنا في كل موقع إرثا. Even in Korea, we have, as we heard this morning and now, that we have some heritage, some historical implant in Korea. This is another quotation which explains this idea, how the Arab felt about Korea. Here it reads about Korea. It is a land abounding in gold, called Silla. Muslims who advance there, captivated by its congenial surroundings, tend to settle there for good and do not think of leaving the place because of the fresh air, clean water, fertile earth, prospect for an increase of profit, here they are traders, of profit and income, rich minerals and rich gems. Those who leave the place are quite few. And some of the settlers are from Iraq, where I come from. It's by name, Iraq, some by name. Now, this is the idea. Now, has Korea been present in our culture, in our literature, in our even academic textbooks, from school to university? From my experience, I teach politics since '66. I don't think I was the only Iraqi who comes to talk about Korea. Even my colleagues, they just know the Korean War and so on. They don't have information about Korea too much. May I say something else? That Korea has invaded our homes, families, mothers, grandmothers, youth, Arabs, more than has been successful to invading these categories more than the intellectuals and the press. I mean, if you make a survey in the Arab press, how many times Korea comes up in the press? Hardly it comes. While this is disadvantageous to the Arabs, we must know that we are present in every event, in every channel, in every newspaper, in every broadcast, because what happens in our lands, it is our fault, not others, theirs. It is our fault. So here we have this comparison between the situation in Korea and the other thing. The drivers for Korean to influence us are more than our drivers. أكثر اندفاعا وحماسة وبواعث على التوجه to go to the Middle East, especially the Arab Gulf, خاصة الخليج العربي. لماذا؟ بسبب economy. Let us be true, let us be fair. It is not because they want to trade or to present Korean as a culture. No, I don't know. This is how I understand the situation. It is as the second approach, a trajectory, not the main aim. It is always economics. Politics follows economics. Now this is the situation. So in our cases, we don't have centers. We don't have many centers. I don't think there is any Iraqi student who can speak one word of Korean. But today I have been astonished by the young lady standing here talking fluently without hesitation, confident. I don't know how our colleague have, but I think it was splendid, very musical. شاعرية القول في كلامها نأتي الآن إلى مسألة كيف أن الكوريين تسللوا منها إلينا، تسللوا إليها منا ليس بالeducation، ونحن على خطأ في هذا. We must learn a lot from Korean educational system. I have written a book on Korea as a middle power after the Cold War. And I have followed the development of the educational system from the 70s. They prepared education to serve economy, and they have been very well done, very successful. And I do recommend that we must examine the Korean educational system to transfer from rental economy to industrial economy. But that's what they did. They moved to industrial economy through education. Through excellent experience, which we must follow and do. Now let us come to the other thing which they may have influenced us with, is the media, and that is the films. As I've said, the Korean films and dramas are really worth of talking about. Let me read what I think of the themes in these dramas. The themes are serious and common to that of the Arab world. They tackle social, moral, and humanitarian issues. The language is not vulgar at all, if you would compare it with the French and the American language, slangs and so on. You don't see this in Korean. Dresses are traditional and unprovocative. And we are in the age of, it is hard for me to find the word about dressing. There are social, humanitarian, and psychological and behavior which are common with what the Arab consider part of their culture, tradition, and custom. There is an emphasis on social heritage, values, and principles. Dramas do not intend to present an alternative, unlike the American and the French. No cultural hidden message in it. Or alternative code of belief and ideas to the audience. They are very neutral. They say, here we are, this is our life, this is our home, this is our culture. And for the 7 days which I stayed in Seoul, I witnessed how different culture they are from the others. Now then, let me move to other issue which is also very important, and that is the activities. I hope I have a few minutes. The centers in the field of cultural cooperation. There are festivals. I think we must emphasize on the youth, exchange of youth, students, especially graduate and postgraduate, giving grants to Arab students to study in Korea. And they can study in English, but at least they have the experience of living within a Korean society. There are some festivals and some activities, what they call the caravan. These are, I do appreciate what they try to do, but their influence is very limited. We don't have Arab films which can go to be presented or to be shown in Korea. But Korea, because they have an English language, they have translation, so they have more chance to do so. Now, the last point, or the one before the last point, which I would like to talk about, the football experience, the club, the World Cup experience in Doha. Korea has been a very volunteer and has done very well in these activities. I think it has hosted 5 international activities in sport. It is a record. In the Arab countries, we have only this unique, unfortunately, but we hope it will be the next one to others to follow. That is the holding of the football. What can I say about the football, what impact it has on social culture, our theme. I think, do allow me please to read a few sentences. It provided a common platform for dialogue among audience at the local, regional, or global levels. It demonstrated the relevance of cultural connectivity among different actors, levels, and methods at the widest scope possible. It is an event promotes the discussion of various issues of regional and global issues. It is a platform to express the views and expectation of a wide and various audience from different nations. Despite the differences in approach to major global and regional issues, the events facilitates the emergence of global solidarity. It provides us a unity of diversification. This is very important. We are an international community. With globalization, we are villages in international rather than states anymore. The other thing which is very important in this, that issues which concern the Arab countries like Palestine, like human rights, like environment, could be discussed and elaborated in this meeting. And which is most important, it has broken the very well-guarded and established rule that all these events shouldn't be held only in, quote, Western European culture. They can't be held in other cultures. And therefore, Qatar was subject to many criticism during the preparation. They turned every stone to find any excuse to not allow Qatar to have it, but at the end have it. To say last sentence before I go to recommendation, I think, if I summarize my ideas, cultural diplomacy with educational diplomacy, which is a part of public diplomacy, according to Joseph Ney, in the paradigm of international politics or foreign policy, they cement foreign policy. People-to-people relations cement, enhance, strengthen, make strong connectivity rather than sort of closed doors behind bar discussions and deals. Finally, may I have to present these recommendations. Number one, I think I'm here not to criticizing, I am just showing the faults in our approach in this field. Arabs, not Korean. I have nothing to show a flaw in the Korean approach at all. It's a very splendid one. Really, you can't argue against. But unfortunately, our case, we are bilateral. We create cultural diplomacy or public relations, people to people, bilaterally. This is waste of efforts. This is number one. Number two, it presents only one country's image or heritage, although it is Arabic, Islamic, but still local, not general. So I would advise that we should have an Arab League policy in this field. Secondly, I think the information, we lack information on the Arab side. We must elaborate on this field, create a trend toward giving attention, more activities to this field of public diplomacy. We must depart traditional diplomacy, one-man diplomacy. We must go to public diplomacy. The other thing which is also very, very, I think one may suggest in this case, is to increase the centers, the Korean centers in the Arab countries, please. I know why you concentrate on the Arab Gulf. I taught in Algeria for 3 years, and I taught in Libya for 15 years. in Algeria, there was no Korea at all, no mention of Korea. In Libya, there was the river. And something which nobody knows, all schools, all grammar schools, they are Korean, they are built by Koreans. Unified system of schools in all Libya. You witness this is Korea, not Libya, because it's the same style. So please try to encourage these centers in the Arab countries. And finally, I hope we both, Korean and Arabs, join hand in try to find a solution to our major issues which is burning in our country, especially what we witness now in Gaza. Korea as a middle power, I turn now to politics. I wish it wouldn't stand all the time on the sideline. A middle power must move a little bit forward. It moved into Iraq in 1901, but didn't go to the battlefield. Paid check. So check no longer is rewardable. So at least we need some activity in the arena of soft power, mediation, facilitator, and so. Thank you very much. I do apologize for saying. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kadim. You know, we've been here as guests, and we have been trying to be good guests, and so we've been trying to say the few words of Arabic as the hello and the shukran, and when we talk to the young people, they answer us back in Korean, and so we're thinking, well, I'm not sure what to do, whether we should speak in Korean or English or Arabic. But so we see a lot of potential, and Dr. Kadim, in his very impassioned and very wide range of experiences, gave us very wise words about where we should be heading into the future. And he mentioned the Korean culture and the Korean wave, and I think that is something that Dr. Ki-yeon, who is at the Asia Center at Seoul National University, will delve more deeper into. So Professor Gu, you have the podium.
Could you turn on my PowerPoint? Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Ki-yeon from Seoul National University Asia Center, and it is an honor to be here today as a presenter at the Korea Middle East Cooperation Forum. Today, I'll be presenting on cultural exchanges between Korea and the Middle East, especially the Korean wave phenomenon in the Middle East. Last year, Qatar surprised the world by successfully hosting the World Cup. At the opening ceremony, Jungkook, one of the members of BTS from South Korea, sang Dreamers with the Qatari singer Fahad Al-Kubaisi. And the video is still very popular on YouTube with over 53 million views. Perhaps this is the best example of the cultural cooperation between Qatar and the Middle East and Korea. The Korea Foundation for International Exchange has released a study showing the number of Korean wave fans in the MENA, the Middle East and North African region, has increased 130 times in 10 years as of December 2021. So we can say that Egypt is the first country who began the cultural wave in the Middle East. In May 2004, KBS, Korean broadcaster, signed an agreement with the Egypt state broadcaster to air Korean drama, making its entry into this Middle East market. So it has a very big issues in Egypt. So you could see some newspapers, in Egyptian newspaper, they are dealing with what is Korean drama? So, and at the same time, the South Korean government also stepped into support the program. So there was a growing need to raise positive perception to Korea in the Middle East. So you can see some very simple, the map of Korean wave in the Middle East. And also you can see, maybe you among of you watched about this, drama, Korean drama Jewel in the Palace. So the Korean wave in the Middle East is almost 20 years old right now. So the Korean wave in the Middle East began with the Korean historical drama Jewel in the Palace, which became a hit across all ages and generations, especially in Egypt, Turkey, Iran, and Saudi Arabia. In fact, in Iran, the Jumon drama has become hugely popular, so with a reported viewership rate of over 80%. And I want to introduce this drama. It is very, it became like a turning point from K-drama, Korean drama, to switch to the Korean pop. In the Middle East, Korean historical dramas had previously been enjoyed by a wide range of younger and older audience. However, with the airing of the youth drama, Boys Over Flowers, the age range of viewers who enjoy Korean drama has been significantly reduced. So it means that Korean fan became very young. And those young people who are attracted to the soundtrack of the drama have gradually started to fall in love with the Korean pop. And Korean professor Suwon Kim, in her article about the new Korean wave in the Middle East, she found some the cultural factors why Korean drama, Korean television series is preferred in Middle East. For example, in the Middle East and Korea, we together think the tradition and cultural values are very commonly important. And also professor asked about Western culture. So the West culture is a kind of the clash with the Islamic values, but Korean drama, Korean television series are more safe, more Islamic maybe, and are mostly about love, family-oriented themes, respect for elders, and bonding with the family members and humanity values. The interest in Korean pop culture in the Middle East naturally lead to an interest in language. So today I was so surprisingly in this beautiful lady. She spoke Korean very beautifully with a very correct sound. So I was so happy about that. And so King Sejong Institute, South Korea's official Korean language institute, began to be built in the Middle East. And moreover, the Korean cultural centers also started in Egypt, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE, supporting fans in the Middle East both online and offline with the active support of the Korean government. So first, let's take a look at the Korean wave phenomena in Saudi Arabia. In this year, on 6 September, the Saudi comedy drama Tahir's Family premiered on Netflix for the first time. The show's main character, Aziza, this young lady, speaks Korean in that drama. And in that show, she ate some Korean noodle, ramyeon, In the show, Aziza is a woman in her 20s who loves Korean culture and is planning to travel to South Korea to learn the languages. As the first Netflix drama in Saudi Arabia to feature a female protagonist who is a fan of Korean culture, this is very important. As a drama describes the lives of the ordinary people and general public in Saudi Arabia, it can be said to reflect the extent to which young Saudis, especially young Saudi women, prefer Korean culture. The Saudi government's interest in Korean entertainment industry is also very significant. And there are various forms of cooperation in the entertainment industry between Korea and Saudi Arabia, with the Korean entertainment professionals participating in cultural and entertainment projects in Saudi Arabia. The Saudi government has also set on to implement social and economic reforms, along with the economic diversification. One of the key mottos of the Kingdom's Vision 2030 is to create a very vibrant society. One of the ways to realize this is revitalize the entertainment business. So, soon after, concerts were allowed to be held in Saudi Arabia, so K-pop singers were able to perform in Saudi concert venues. So you can see that. So BTS concerts in 2019 was particularly successful with a large number of female fans attending and cheering, forming a wave of the group's iconic pop color. I strongly believe that the younger generation of the Qatar will be the leading players in the next generation of the Korean wave in the Middle East. Actually, first day when I arrived in Qatar, I happily, got tram. So I met 3 very beautiful Qatari high school girls. As soon as they saw me, she turned on the Korean pop. So we had a very short conversation. So she said she is a big fan of Blackpink. She wants to learn Korean, and she also confessed that I want to go to learn Korean. So fans of Korean popular culture in Qatar and other Arab countries initially gained exposure to Korean TV drama through major Arab language transnational semi-private satellite channels such as Dubai TV and MBC Channel 1, 2, and 4. So K-pop music has not diffused to Arab audience through transnational TV channels. In Qatar and broader Middle Eastern region, the local demand from enthusiasts plays a pivotal role in driving the distribution and consumption of the K-pop music. The evolving media environment in the Arab region has enabled dynamic and personalized engagement of the audience with the transnational media content, particularly through the utilize of social media platforms. And Professor Malik, in her paper, The Korean Wave and its Cultural Translation by Fans in Qatar, she interviewed a focused group, 21 female undergraduate students at Qatar University. They are from age 19 to 23. So this study data show that fans express cultural proximity to K-pop through their appropriation of Korean culture and family values, including gender relations, family values, or they perceive these values as shared between their Arab culture and the meditated Korean culture. So I found in this paper a very interesting thing was they compare with Arab Papa, and Korean Papa, how the fathers of each region they are very supporting to their daughters. And in this article, one Qatari, the female interviewee, mentioned that Korean drama is the only type of soap drama we can watch together, even with the younger sister and brother as a family, because they are clean and non-violent. And one of the characteristics of the recent acceptance of Korean wave in the Middle East and other parts of the world is the consumption of Korean wave content through OTT and the internet. In addition, the consumption of imported dramas in the past is gradually decreasing through the social media. So for example, Arab and Middle Eastern audience, they could see the drama after 3 or 4 years later after airing in Korea. But now, through the social media and YouTube platforms, and the consumption of Korean wave is becoming increasingly contemporary as an age group, and that enjoy Korean wave decreases. I think it is the most important factor, important things is that the biggest fans of Korean dramas are universally female. In this respect, Middle Eastern women can be more assertive in representing their agencies while enjoying Korean culture. In most of the Middle East, women are very active in affinity groups. So they are mostly, leading the fandom of the Korean fandom. And it is through these activities that they demonstrate their energy and empowerment. So it is the big female fandom in UAE. Now I move on to Korean side. The spread of the Middle East prosperous culture in Korea is mainly through educational institutes where Arabic, Persian, and other languages or the regional studies are taught, and research institutes that study Middle Eastern studies. So Korean students who learn about languages or who learn about these Middle Eastern studies, they became very interested on history, languages, and social culture of the Middle East. So, and they also enjoy visiting. So I also visited, Oman Embassy to Korea and Jordan Embassy to Korea. So maybe next time I want to visit Qatar Embassy to Korea. So, and they also participate in the conference. So I think in Korea, the students who are most of these Korean students who studied about these Middle Eastern studies, they became very interested on this in this area. So individually, today I very happily met 2 my previous students in here. One became the journalist in here. So he worked at Egypt, and I also met my student in my class. He is working at the Korean embassy to Qatar in here. So these young Korean youngers, they can be like a kind of bridge to cooperation between Middle East and Korea. And in addition, the Korean Public Broadcasting Corporation's Arabic radio station, actually it has also online, they also the clip broadcasting use. And station is true diplomatic envoy between Korea and the Middle East. It produced a wide range of, the programs covering Korean politics, economic, language, culture, society, as well as North Korean affairs also, which are of the global interest to Arabs living in Korea, as well as to Arabs interested in Korea around the world. And Korea-Arab-Society, one of the organizers of this great forum, also plays an important role in introducing the still unfamiliar Middle Eastern culture to the Korean public through Arab Cultural Festival and Film Festival. In the Middle East, Korean wave initially gained popularity through the spread of dramas during 2000s. Currently, Korean cultural content of various genres, particularly K-pop, is gaining attraction. Unfortunately, the colorful pop and artistic culture of the Middle East is not well known in Korea. So for a more constructive force of cultural exchange between the Middle East and Korea, it is urgent to introduce more Middle Eastern pop culture or artistic culture to Korea, and enhance proactive initiatives from the governments of both Korea and the Middle East are imperative to foster the expansion of cultural exchanges between these regions through a variety of cultural exchange events. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Koo. I think you gave us a very deep introduction to how much the cultural penetration has been in Korea as well as the Arab world. And I think you pointed out that much of this now is done between the younger generation. And I think our last speaker might be able to talk about the educational prospects of this. Our last speaker is Mr. Fahid Hamel Hassan Asakiti, who is the CEO of Education Above All Foundation. So, please start.
Thank you so much. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. عليكم السلام ورحمة الله. في البداية أحب أشكر الكونسبونسر وزارة الخارجية في دولة قطر وكذلك المينستري اوف فورين افيرز اوف ريبابليك اوف كوريا. بتكلم باللغة الإنجليزية لا تسمح لنا دكتور، كنا نعلق اليوم على اللغة العربية والإنجليزية. ولكن أحب أبتدي I would like to start off where my colleagues have ended today. I will be a bit of offline, as we will discuss about not only culture, I will be focused more on education. I will start with Education Above All Foundation. Education Above All is established by founder of Her Highness Sheikh Hamouza bint Nasser. In 2012, we started with a very big ambitious target to address the out-of-school children around the world and youth. So we have today and conclude of big commitments, of over 15 million youth and out-of-school children in primary age are back to schools in 60 countries. Out of this 5, we have a partnership with Korea. And we work with South Korea in 5 countries, in Nepal, Uganda, Cambodia, Myanmar, and Iran. We address couple of barriers that are facing with children and youth through climate change, global citizenship, poverty, which is most of the country are facing. We really targeting some of the challenges sometime in the climate change or natural disasters, and this is something that we are really heavy working on certain countries, especially in Asia, where the flood in Bangladesh and other countries are really facing during the year. So during this partnership with South Korea, we have a huge commitment that we have made for 130,000 children and youth around these 5 countries. I think this is really very impressive. And this is stating exactly, the power of the global influence that Dr. have mentioned today. And the foreign ministers of Korea is starting to say, there are a huge link between the diplomacy and cultures, for foreign policy and education policy. And we learn a lot, and we work with the former Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Ban Ki-moon, when we do the ancient declaration in 2015. This was the big conference that been held in South Korea in 2015, and we have set the goals for the next 15 years till 2030, what we're going to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal. So ancient declarations have been established and we put together, as a group, which is we are so proud to be part of this group with South Korea on that and other countries being with us. And the main things that we have focused, we try to bring that how the shift in education being done in 1970 in South Korea. And this is exactly what the doctor have addressed it, when he was there as Iraqi and Arab that started to see how this influence of South Korea in education, how it's been changed a lot on the culture side, but either on the industry. And actually we take this experience of South Korea and we actually take it to 5 countries on change of policy in education. And this is something that we address it across these 5 countries, how we can address the experience of South Korea of this big change with a very short period. So 30 period in education has been short, to make a big change in this sectors. So we started this with them, and I think that we have either a very good experience now of how this culture is being done and how this partnership is influencing the world. I will start with the second point on the economic situations. So the economic situation, as we can see today, most of the countries, unfortunately, it's especially on the development side of the LDC countries or low and mid-income countries are really facing a lot of challenge on their currency, on the whole situation of the economy. So we are really putting a group with South Korea and other countries now trying to address these issues. And how can we address this? By really addressing the issue, how we can make today on the situation of the debt. Most of this country have a huge debt, and the situation after COVID is actually make it more worse because they have 3 years of period that non-payment, and then after that they've been struggling to go to pay for the budget. And one of the main sector that really they've been struggling in is in education. There was a huge cut when the COVID been happen, and that's why we are really going back now in the economy to see how this can be addressed. The partnership with Korea that we have is in technology too. There are huge components that we have addressed during COVID with the technology that being industry that being used in South Korea. So we work on the partnership with a number of companies there. We try to address for the most marginalized youth and children around the world to make this experience, to give them the access for this technology, and this is what we have done. And one of the success this is to how to work in technology offline, not online. Because the internet for this marginalized is not always there. So that's why, we work with the South Korean companies on how we can address all these issues. The second things is that, third things I would like to address today is on the language and cultures. I think we mentioned this today, and what we have created with the South Korean, with the Quika, is that we address this, and actually in Latin America. So we have partnership in one of the centers there, and with the partnership with Inter-American Development Banks, how we bring language together. So from Spanish to English to Arabic, and actually we are doing now, a specific training for teacher training. This is a big gap that's happening in Latin America now because they don't have this diversity by bilingual. And we are trying now to bring number of diversity of languages there, which is very key and important, that we have addressed. I have seen a lot of students, I just come from Latin America a couple of months ago, and people really have big issue on the bilinguals. And this is why it's very important how this youth and children, having this bilingual English, and I think this is important for us to address. My recommendation, I think, and the way forward on last things that we have worked together, and this is something that's been commented by Doctor today, is that protection for education. We work a lot on advocacy for protection of educations around the world. Unfortunately, you know, the world is really going worse and worse on attacks in educations. But the issues that we stand today is not only in education, it's in hospitals and others. But one of the main things that we are working together on advocacy with South Korea is how to protect education from attacks. That's why, you know, we have tackled a number of countries. For example, our project in Iran is for refugees and how to protect refugees and how we can address. We have 11,000 in Iran. And we have a very specific project that we work with one of our partners, UNHCR there, of addressing the key components of how to make sure that giving access and protect the refugees for that. So having said that, I think this partnership that we have with South Korea, and as a partner with Education Above All Foundation, and Education Above All Foundation has been funded by a number of partners. We work with ODAs, South Korea and other, like in France, UK, USAID and others. This is make very important components of bringing either cultures together, people together, partnership together, and this is our focus always in how to make together a one alliance on the world, you know, addressing the issue of others is facing. And I think this is very important component that we are facing today. I would like to be short. Thank you very much. Thank you for the host. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fahed. And also thank you for being so brief so that we actually have time for some question and answers from the audience. We don't have a lot of time, but I think we do have a little time. So if you, I think, raise your hand, you will have a mic passed to you. If I don't get any questions, I'm going to ask my South Korean club to say something. But in the first, well, we will have two. The first and the second row. Yes.
Thank you very much. Enlightening. I want to make one comment and then a suggestion. Part of the issues that you mentioned, I think two of you mentioned that, is that the way we look at each other is not fashioned by ourselves. It's mainly fashioned by the Western perception of Arabs, Arab culture, Middle East, etc. And vice versa. What we understand about Korean culture is typically brought to us by Western media. I think it's very important that we talk to each other through our own media, that we fashion it not through the lens of the West. I think that's particularly important insofar as the Middle East and Islamic culture is concerned. When I look across what comes through from Western media, television, and all the rest about the Middle East, Arabs, and all the rest, they are projected in a particular way. They are terrorists, they are etc., etc., etc. That's the perception. And it's extremely important, I think, that we change that view and narrative. I think part of that is our responsibility as Arabs. We haven't done enough. We don't use foreign languages. We need to use much more foreign languages to get across. So I'd like to hear from the panel your point of view, your view on that. What should we be doing to change perceptions? Second, I want to come back to the economic aspects. I'm biased. So here are a couple of ideas. In 2018, 2020, OECD published a study on the economic value of culture and innovation. They estimated it for a good part of the G20 countries at around $2.3 trillion, with about 30 million people involved in culture and innovation. We tend to underestimate the economic value and the value added of culture. Remember, if you look at, for example, Italian or French or whatever, they sell you their food, their music, and when they sell you your food, you go and buy it in supermarkets. We do a little bit of that, but we underestimate the value. And the value at that time was worth more than telecoms, just to put a number around that. So what I'd like to suggest is that our governments take into account the added value of culture and innovation and project it as part of their GDP. We don't do that. We need to do it. And so maybe some suggestions, how should we go about it? The third issue is a more serious issue. Most of us were brought up to try to get a degree. So you get a baccalaureate or a high school or whatever that allows you to go on to university, right? Okay. What you get taught in the curriculum is, again, what the West tells you should be part of your baccalaureate and all the rest. So I learned in my French schools all the kings of France and their queens and everybody else, and as well as England and everything else. I didn't learn anything about Asia. They didn't tell us anything about all that. So, shouldn't we be doing something about our curricula at high school, even kindergarten, primary school, etc.? What are we doing about that, if anything?
Thank you very much for very provocative and thought-provoking questions. One would be, I think, what should we do to change the perception of each other in each other countries? Second, maybe to how to introduce the economic value or the economic potential of culture to when a government evaluates where the importance of certain industries lies, and maybe third, about how to deduce the histories of each other in a early part of our curriculum, educational curriculum. Before we do that, I do want to make time for our South Korean club as well. Would you like to also add a question? I see a hand right there.
So hello, my name is Reem Muhammad and I'm the secretary of the South Korean Club and I'm a physiotherapy student at Qatar University. So I'd like to ask if there is any future plans or opportunities for developing exchange programs for healthcare students.
Yes, so there is a lot of interest in student exchanges from when I was talking to them outside, and obviously the question as well. So we have 4 different questions. If our speakers would like to take any one of them, a show of hands. Yes, well we'll start with Dr. Koo.
Can I answer first?
Sure, yeah.
Maybe
sure.
it could be, easier. Thank you for asking, very precious, questions. And I want to answer about this, Western perception of the, Middle East and Korea. And I also researched about Islamophobia in Korea. So because unfortunately, most of Korean, they don't know anything about They don't know much about Middle East and Arab and Islam, and how can I say we just through the media. So maybe it is from like a CNN and BBC or whatever. So we through the these media we confront Middle East. So imagine, so the most. I researched about how Islam or Middle East, come up in, through the Korean media. It just, belong with, like a war or terror or something like that. So it is true that, unfortunately, most Korean through the, they see the, Middle East through the lens of the Western media. So I think it is also very important, and it is very problematic to how the Middle East is representing in Korea. So I think we should more both sides we should make effort to be having like a positive image. So I think that's why this, cooperation is really, really important. So the Korean, they don't know about, whom they don't know about the Middle East. They could see like a cultural event or World Cup or very, prepare us, their Arabic food. So they should, how can I say, experience. But so we should, make more effort about that. And again, thank you for your the question about how these the Arab fandoms the Qatari fandoms can meet, exchange more Korean culture. It is also. So maybe Korean government should make more effort, maybe diplomatic, more effort about gives more chance to meet Korean experiences to these Arab fandoms. And I think so that's why I'm very excited that we are just met together. So we have a very have a bright future. So we have we have to exchange more and cooperation more. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Before we go into Mr. Fahed, maybe maybe you could address about these student exchanges, especially in certain areas. Is there something going on that maybe the students might be aware of?
Thank you. So I will start with your third questions, about influence on the curriculum side. This is what we are doing actually, and what I mentioned today is working on the policy side, So we need to make sure that the government is really accepting these things to put it in part of their curriculums. And I can tell you, we have succeeded on this. That's why we call it global citizenship. And actually now part of the SDG 4, we have a number of indicators. One of the key indicators is to influence, on changing the curriculum side. And by this is how we'll see more on the development side, and getting all these things, bringing integrity together, between cultures and people. It really makes sense from primary age, either pre-primary, That's why I think this is what we are influencing now to make sure. But we need the adaptation first from the government. This is what we need to start with, So we cannot influence the government to do it, but they need to hear about it first, And as you mentioned just now, having them in conference and the UNGA, in the UN sometime or other locations. This is how we make sure that, and we do lots of roundtables now, bringing Ministry of Educations to make sure that they listen to us and to say this is what should be indicators in your country to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. But I can tell you there are a huge change, which is the huge acceptance for that, So this is very important. And having a Minister of Education, and aligned with this, a Minister of Cultures, I think there are huge, big change on this going on. So regarding the exchange, between us, we do lots of programs, in Qatar actually. One of the programs that we do with one South Korean IT technology, I will call it, companies, and but this is very important things. I think we don't consider before to do an exchange actually, where they already sponsored here in Qatar lots of Qatari non-Qataris, which is we are partnership and co-funding with this. But I think this is very important comments that we can address and take it back forward. Thank you.
We don't have a lot of time, but maybe quick replies from either one of you, if you like. Yes, Dr. Yes.
Thank you for comments. That is very challenging issues. We need to look at ourselves outside of this kind of Western perspective. But I think education and knowledge will be the answer, because Islamophobia does exist in Korea, and some people, they do not have interest in Islamic countries and also Middle Eastern countries. But knowledge and education could be the answer, because I introduced some case in that happened in my class. And actually, it is written in the PPT, but I didn't introduce because of time limitation. And one of my students, they had a friends gathering, and they asked each other, where would you go for your honeymoon when you get married?
And his friends talked Bali, Hawaii, or some very fascination place like European countries, but he said Saudi Arabia. And the response he got from his friend was a mixture of surprise, concern. Oh, how could you go to Saudi Arabia? But at the time, he was preparing tourist area in Saudi Arabia that started to open recently. And so what he found was, it is because of this kind of interest does not exist among the people, or fascination, or they do not want to have any concern about the Middle Eastern countries. They have no concern at all, unfamiliar. So people, his friends think Middle Eastern countries is still risky and familiar, not to go place. But for him, because he know the place, he wanted to go there, discover further. So I think I could find the answer. We need to maybe add some curriculum about this cultural exchange, even the Middle East, which is unfamiliar to us. And as for the second question, as economic value of culture, culture maybe could define this way of life of people, which does not link to economy. But nowadays, Korea and also Middle Eastern countries, they started to look culture from economic value. So they started to look at the industry, culture industry. That's why they pour a lot of money, invest a lot of money in order to develop their national image and branding their national images. So I could give you the answer. I'm not very sure if it fits your interest or questions. Thank you very much. Thank you. As we conclude, because this is the session about culture and people and how people can influence the future of Korea and the Middle East ties, let me make a couple of recognitions. We have our young MC. Could we give her a warm round of applause? Her fluent Korean, which is a very hard language, for a non-Korean to learn and to speak so well, made all of us feel so welcome and so really taken in as one of your family. So we appreciate her and the organizers for allowing us to welcome us and to reach out to us. Also, could we have the South Korea Society, Club young people stand up? All of you, stand up. Yes. Now, if there's any reason, we need any more reason to make sure that everything we talked about today, not just culture, but politics, economy, all of these things that we talked about today, if there's any reason, if we need any more reason to make sure that they don't end here and that they actually do become realized, it is them. The positive and the energetic force of the South Korean club, which I am immensely impressed with. May they serve as a lesson for us that we must carry out what we've talked about today if we are to create a future that is deserving of such wonderful young people. So thank you very much. And thank you all very much. And this ends this session. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا صاحبة السعادة ومتحدثينا الكرام وجميع الحاضرين على مشاركتكم في هذه المناقشة الشيقة. 이 흥미로운 토론에 참여해 주신 연사들 모든 참석자들 감사드립니다. لقد قمنا على مدار اليوم باستكشاف مختلف جوانب العلاقات بين كوريا ومنطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا من العلاقات السياسية إلى الشراكات الاقتصادية والروابط الثقافية. من الواضح أن كوريا ودول المنطقة تربطهما علاقة قوية ورؤية مشتركة لزيادة التعاون وتعزيز الروابط. لاختتام أعمال هذا المنتدى رحبوا معي بسعادة السيد تشانغ مو كيم الأمين العام للجمعية الكورية العربية. 무대로 환영합니다.
Hi, I'm Ambassador Kim. I'm Secretary General of Korea-Arab-Society. Do we feel now we better understand each other? Do we feel much closer now after this forum? I hope so. Excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be here with you today at the 19th Korea-Middle East Cooperation Forum in Doha, Qatar, as one of the co-hosts of this. As we draw to close of this 19th edition of the Korea-Middle East Cooperation Forum in the vibrant city of Doha, Qatar, it is with great pleasure and optimism that I extend my heartfelt closing remarks to all of you. I would especially like to express my sincere gratitude to the Diplomatic Institute of the Qatar's Foreign Ministry, Middle East Council for Strategic Studies, I븐칼둔 Center of Qatar University, and Jeju Peace Institute for co-hosting this year's forum. It is quite memorable that the Korea Middle East Cooperation Forum is held in Qatar for the first time. On behalf of the Korean co-hosts, we are very happy to meet the Diplomatic Institute and the Middle East Council on Global Affairs again in Doha and hope to further develop our cooperation in the future, including next year's forum back in Seoul. The Korea Middle East Cooperation Forum has been held annually in Korea and the Middle East on a rotational basis since 2003. This forum has been an invaluable platform, fostering in-depth discussions and enhancing mutual understanding between the peoples of Korea and the Middle East. It is here at this very forum that Koreans and Arabs have come together to address common challenges, exchange visions for a shared future, and make concerted efforts to build a strong and enduring partnership. As we look to the future, we should continue to draw inspiration from the fruitful discussions and interactions that have taken place during the forum. The challenges we face now demand not only understanding but also collective action. Together, we can address critical issues such as regional stability, economic and social development, and common challenges. I encourage all participants to carry the spirit of this forum forward and let us build on the relationships established here, continuing to work together with dedication and commitment. In closing, I express my deepest gratitude to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the State of Qatar and the Republic of Korea for their sponsorship and all the support extended to this forum. And I look forward to seeing you next year in Seoul. Thank you very much.
شكرا جزيلا صاحب السعادة. ونتوجه بالشكر إلى الجمعية الكورية العربية لدعمها في تنظيم هذه الدورة. وأخيرا وليس آخرا أدعو مجددا دكتور طارق يوسف لكلمته الاختتامية.
بسم الله. I think we can all agree that we've had a very fruitful day, a very productive day. I was with many of my colleagues here last year in Seoul, 2 days before the start of the World Cup. We participated in the 18th edition of the Korea Middle East Cooperation Forum. Our Korean hosts, the Jeju Peace Institute, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Korea-Arab-Society, were kind enough to invite us to organize the 19th Korea Middle East Forum in Doha this year. We've worked over the last 12 months, the Diplomatic Institute, the MECouncil Center, the MECouncil on Global Affairs, in collaboration with our Korean partners and with the support of the Ministries of Foreign Affairs, to produce today's edition. I can say with the utmost confidence that the discussions this year, the outcomes of these discussions, the openness, the frankness, and I would say in some cases the boldness, builds on the accomplishments of last year in very significant ways. It identifies areas where we can cooperate further. It suggests proposals that we can investigate collectively and work on, economic, security, political, and otherwise. It highlights a very important dimension which came through at the end of the last panel, which is the role of youth in these exchanges. The end of today's festivities is not the end of the Korea Middle East Forum. We've decided collectively as co-hosts to add yet a half day tomorrow, where a group of scholars from Korea, together with a group of scholars from the Middle East and Qatar, will be meeting for half a day to focus on just the economic issues. More specifically, more in depth, and more with a view to identifying constraints, opportunities, and challenges. We think building on success of previous forum is a very important way of advancing the agenda, of learning more about one another, and creating opportunities where we can be frank and open and honest. Next year, as our colleagues from the Jeju Peace Institute and the Korea-Arab-Society suggested, we are actually very fortunate to be heading back to Seoul again to serve as knowledge partners for the Korea Middle East Cooperation Forum in its 20th edition in Seoul. We can do even more than an additional half a day. We can think about the agenda from today. We can think about topics that we would extend in the second day. And I would go out right now and suggest, without consulting with our partners, that maybe we can add an important segment of activities that will bring together youth from the Middle East, from the Arab world, and youth from Korea to work together, to talk to one another, and to think about their own future and how they want to build it. So, by way of setting out at least a very small objective for next year and recognizing the importance of working with young people to foster the spirit of cooperation and openness and thinking about a future that they will be a part of, I'd like to thank the sponsors, the Ministries of Foreign Affairs in Qatar, Korea, the Diplomatic Institute, our colleagues and partners in Korea, MECouncil Center, and everyone that has made this event a true success. Last but not least, an event of this size takes a lot of staff time, a lot of input, a lot of ideas, from the conceptualizing of ideas to the production of the event itself. There are a lot of people who've made this possible, and without naming them, I just want to recognize all of them and thank them on behalf of all of us, wish us all the success as we plan for next year's forum, and also thank our Korean friends and colleagues who traveled from Seoul to be with us for today's event, And we'll also be tomorrow for another half day of discussions. And look forward to building on the success, spirit of openness, cooperation, and a spirit of hope for a future at a time when I think we all need a lot of it. So on behalf of all of my colleagues, just wanted to thank all of you for making today a very special, important event that will help shape our thinking and our programming in the future. Thank you very much.
شكرا لك دكتور طارق. شكرا لكم جميعا على حضوركم واهتمامكم ومساهمتكم القيمة. وإلى اللقاء في الدورة المقبلة. تفضل دكتور عبد العزيز الحر لتسليم الدروع للجهات المنظمة. مجلس الشرق الأوسط للشؤون الدولية. مركز ابن خلدون في جامعة قطر. معهد جيجو للسلام. الجمعية الكورية العربية.
شكرا جزيلا جميعا وسعداء بنجاح هذا المنتدى. نشكركم على المشاركة، على المساهمة، على التفاعل، على الحضور، على تحمل هذا اليوم الطويل اللي بدأ اليوم من الساعة 9 صباحا. نتأمل إن شاء الله أن احنا نلتقي في المنتدى 20 اللي راح يكون في سول، وفي ذاك الوقت راح تكون مرت على العلاقة القطرية الكورية 50 سنة. سنحتفل أيضا بمرور 50 سنة على هذه العلاقة. نتمنى لكم جميعا مرة أخرى التوفيق والسداد، وشكرا جزيلا.